position with 4 points, 1 draw, and a win in their matches so far. Deportivo, they've yet to get a win. Just 1 point after 2 matches sees them in 9th positions.
No, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
Okay, no problem. Yeah.
We can't hear them, man, but we hear you.
Say again, you wrong up.
But they hear us?
Yeah.
Idea how proud I am. Every single one of you who sent me a strong emoji, who took part in the challenges, every single day. You are a winner. You are a champion. So you know what? Today is the last day. We're going to celebrate something that I call bad man forward, bad man pull up. It's nice and easy and fun. Bad man forward. Hey, pull up. Forward. Pull up. Bust a little dance and pull up. Bust a little dance and pull up. Hey, thank you so much on behalf of court. If you want to see more of this, you know, I think this is.
Yep. Where Mark?
Whatever.
Say that again, sorry.
Probably do it after the workout. Yeah, after the workout, it's like when they come out and they come out in the straight line. Yeah. If the officials come in quick here, we can do the officials and then the lineup. Yeah. 5 minutes left.
Regular.
No graphics any monitor now. We just in just let it go. No problem.
That's all. Currently on the first street.
So walk out, officials, right after the officials line.
We have 0 time. So what you're going to do, welcome to I'm just a long time friends and your friend right here and then I get a quick word and then for anything else and
You're still here, right?
For shit, man, because they shut. I was sent back all the cases. And that's why they don't do
and then I'm walking out there. 4 minutes to line, right?
4 minutes to life. That's not 4 minutes.
very faint. Somebody said Brenton Saunders. It is very faint. Very faint. It's low. Yeah, good hear, yeah.
Leslie Carey calling me on the next line.
The Horquetta Recreation Ground is the place to be for Ascension Football Tournament action. Deportivo Point 14 coming up against Defense Force this evening in what promises to be a nutcracker of a game. My name is James Saunders, and alongside me, I've got former World Cup footballer Brent Sancho. Brent, your keys for the game so far?
Yeah, good afternoon to the listeners and viewers all over. James, it's a pleasure to be here. It's good to see football back out here in Trinidad and Tobago, and we've had an exceptional football being played by teams throughout in this Ascension. As we see, of course, the officials leading the teams out. Both teams today certainly going to look to play on the front foot. I think for Defense Force, James, they are going to have to be the aggressor today. The Deportivo team, a collection of very good players. They, of course, are going to have to somehow solve up the Defense Force pressure, but this one should be a cracker.
Well, Quincy Williams, the CONCACAF referee, he leads the contingent of officials making their way out. Defense Force, they are third in the competition so far. 4 points, win and a draw in their previous matches. And they will be hoping to continue with their good display so far. Deportivo, it's a far cry. They are in 9th position, just 1 point in 2 matches.
Yeah, certainly the 1 point is not indicative of the talent, array of talent that the Deportivo have. Array of stars, both past and present Trinidad and Tobago national players, some familiar faces from the SSFL. But as I said, James, when you look at both teams and what they present, of course, today, I think without a doubt our viewers are going to be in for a very good game.
Well, you spoke about some of those names, and Deportivo, they've got the likes of Andre Etienne and Wesley John in central defense, Akinola Gregory, Isaiah Hudson, the secondary school's football star, Marvin Phillips, the national goalkeeper, and of course Mark Ramdeen, who we saw in action as the man of the match in their last matchup. And for the Defense Force, they've got an array of stars themselves. I'll tell you who they are in just a few. But Brent, what do you make of the Deportivo team?
Yeah, certainly an array of stars, as we talked about, some familiar names there within the squad. Of course, as we take a look at the Defense Force squad, of course, Kevin Goddard comes in. One of the changes, he was away on national duty with Trinidad and Tobago alongside Aaron Inel, Jelani Felix, Brent Sam, Jamil Boswain, Hasse Marcia, another national team player, Curtis Gonzalez, the captain, Rion Moore, Justin Sadu, Jules Lee, and Jamali Garcia. Certainly a formidable office team, and of course Defense Force is going to be one of the favorites for this Ascension tournament.
Well, some divine intervention needed as the yellow huddle send up some signals to the sky. Andre Pacheco gets a start for Deportivo Point 14, came in as a substitute, the veteran. And Hashim Marcier played both football and basketball for Trinidad and Tobago. Justin Sadu, the former Naparima man, he gets a spot in the starting lineup as we get set and ready for action. As Quincy Williams takes a look at his watch, it's Deportivo Point 14 coming up against the Defense Force Ascension Football Tournament 2022.
So all ready and set. The players are ready for action. And Quincy Williams signals the start of this matchup. Deportivo in the blue and orange. Tried to get an attack going early with Riley. Quickly cut out. And defense force looking to attack quickly. Here's Rion Moore, the T&T International, as that one runs out of play. It's an early atmosphere as the rhythm section comes to life. Deportivo, as Brent Sancho mentioned earlier, team a collection of young talent from the Point Fortin region. They've certainly packed their squad with some good quality.
Yeah, when you look through their squad 1 through 11, some notable names as it relates to international football for Trinidad and Tobago. The man in this between the sticks, Marvin Phillip. No introduction necessary, of course. Playing, of course, over the last international break for Trinidad and Tobago. And when you look through the back line, Wesley John and Andre Etienne had stints outside of this country. And through the middle of the park as well, Isaiah Hudson. And down the flanks, we have two exciting SSFL players who we covered right here live on Sports Max.
Well, Wesley John, one of the big frames in the area. This one is aimed in at Ramdeen. It's headed, but not well cleared. Ramdeen gets up really high before eventually being hoofed away by Brent Sam. It's back with Point Fortin. Boy, he's found some good space for himself there. Gone down the defender. And a good service on the inside, and could be the first chance of the match. And, well, it goes harmlessly away to Jordan Riley. Would look to put another service in the area, but he loses possession. It's gone down, perhaps without being challenged there. And he seems to be in a bit of pain as a good tackle comes in to stop Rion Moore.
Well, we took a look at the pitch before the game. Of course, that's Andre Etienne making a big challenge to Jordan Riley Hoblins. It's as much as it's lush outside there, James, it's quite dry. It's been a hot day here in Trinidad and Tobago, and the pitch doesn't have much give in it, so I'm not surprised there. The little twist of the ankle, I'm sure he's going to run it off.
Well, they'll tussle for this one. Possession easily picked. It's back with the yellow shirts. Rion Moore can't get past his man. He has a second opportunity, a high elbow spotted by the referee. So it's been a physical tussle so far in this matchup. Well, they look to reset possession. So all the way back with Wesley John, the man who has played in 5 countries. He's played all over South Asia. He's back home to help his home community, Point Fortin.
Well, this is what I expected from Defence Force, James, to try to press the Deportivo team. I was wondering where their line of engagement would have been. They look like they're going to set a high block in this one. I expect them to try to put the Deportivo boys under some pressure. At the end of the day, you would suspect the Defence Force feel that they need to play on the front foot to have a successful outing here.
Well, the referee's going to call this one back as Brent Sam, it would seem, looks in a spot of bother. He's a big boy. He's holding the back of his head. Might have just been a bit of argy-bargy there with Wesley John. They're both big men.
Yeah, won't want to be left alone in a room with those two big boys. It's interesting though. I do believe that this game will be decided by the white players. Both teams boasting bountiful of talent. One of them right now on the ball is Ramdeen.
Well, he loses possession, but he does win a throw. It's Cornwall, one of the players of the match for Point Fortin in their last fixture. Easily back possession for the Defence Force. They are a very high-intensity team. They love to play out of the back. The likes of Curtis Gonzalez, very useful with his legs, playing out from tight situations. But they're just taking their time with the build-up here, trying to push forward. He's turned into some trouble there, Sardon. He's lost possession. And it's with the Point Fortin team, and it's a very useful foul.
Yeah, it's a good decision there by Deportivo. Engaging Defence Force quite high up the park, not allowing them to settle. As you mentioned, James, they're known for wanting to stroke the ball out of the back and try to play into the middle of the park, but Deportivo was wiser to the occasion. It's a good pick-up. It's a bit of a good start though from Deportivo.
Two men lining up over this one. Well, make that one. Andrew Pacheco, he can strike them from a long distance. That left boot of his. Gonna fancy having a go here, Andrew Pacheco. Tries his luck, deflected, and well, easy in the head for Bryce, but I'm not so sure when it took a deflection.
I tell you what, James, that could have easily ended up into the back of the net. Tricky deflection there. Struck it well. I didn't think it had enough power into it, but the deflection really made it anyone's guess. I tell you, Enels seemed to be counting his lucky stars there.
So possession is with Point Fortin. Would look to Cornwall to get the throw in. Aimed at Ramdeen, he sends it forward only as far as a yellow shirt. It's a tussle, both win, and the referee spotted an infringement. Will be a free kick to the defense force.
I think this is where Deportivo is going to have to be switched on. So it is Gonzalez, the captain for defense force, can deliver a good ball. And it's got some big boys in there, like some Salmon Moore, Arcia. Will be jostling for this.
Well, they've got three attackers, and it's aimed at one of them, but well cut out by Marvin Phillips. And he sends an attack long. He looks for Lee. Can he get at the end of it? Goes out for a throw. And again, some more positive play from Point Fortin.
Yes, certainly more positive play, and goalkeeper Marvin Phillips was very positive.
Well, he's done well to get some space for himself, but again, Bryce is quick to that task, and they get a counter attack going with Brent Sam. Touch too heavy, and Cornwall cleans up. Mark Ramdeen tries to keep it alive, only as far as a yellow shirt.
Again, lost possession.
Well, the last minute or so has been really sloppy for both teams. Possession has been conceded quite cheaply. This one is aimed at Sam. It's not going to get ahead of Wesley John. It's Cornwall. And foul committed against the retreating Isaiah Hudson.
I think from a tactical perspective, James, when you look at the way defense force is set up with that one sitting midfielder in Goddard, he seems to be having a bit of bother when the ball is played into him. There's not much support in and around him. And Deportivo found some joy in picking him off in the middle of the park. It's an adjustment that he may have to make, defense force, as it relates to bringing the ball out to the back, because that position there seems to be a position where Deportivo may feel they have some joy in picking off.
Well, they've found some space out wide. Can he get a good service in to Riley? Well, he thought about volleying, and it's, well, Lee, and he does get a shot off. Not enough power to trouble the goalkeeper, but it's the first real opportunity from open play for Point Fortin. It's a positive move. Yes, Felix. Well, really playing keep ball at the moment at the back, trying to find space to bring it out. Decides to go long. Phillips making the overlap. Can he get the better of Riley? Does keep it in, but Riley pokes it out, and they will have a throw deep in the Point Fortin area. Garcia has got big frames to aim at. He tries to pick out Brent Sam, and again Cornwall. Often now we've seen that from the left back for Point Fortin.
I tell you what, James, that was a good header there by Cornwall. You looked at the size and frame of Sammy, always looked favourite for that one, but Cornwall certainly no slouch in the air.
Garcia gets it to Sam. Moving it along nicely, defense force. Trying to get space in the wide areas. Here's Sam. Well, they've used illegal means to get to get him to stop that movement. He looked to be exploding into the center, Brent Sam.
I think it's so important for Defence Force tonight to feed the likes of Sam and Rian Moore on the left-hand side. And the quicker they can get the ball to those two, it can be for the better for Defence Force, certainly from an attacking perspective. Again, another delivery for Deportivo to defend.
So they're going to pile the big bodies into the area. Brent Sam is in there, Justin Sadu. This one, well, headed over the bar by the defender, and it will be a corner for the Defence Force. Not a bad service from Curtis Gonzalez, threatening at the back post, and Isaiah Garcia taking no chances. He does give away a corner. Just about 5 yellow shirts in the area. Not really committing bodies forward this early in the match. Can he pick out a yellow shirt? Brent Sam gets a free header, and Brent Sam puts Defence Force in the lead after just 11 minutes. And as easy as that, Defence Force lead 1-0 over Deportivo.
Well, if you are Reynold Carrington, the Deportivo coach, you have to ask yourself, how could the biggest player on the pitch be so alone to tuck that one into the back of the net? Poor defending there by Deportivo. A lot of remonstration at the back there by the defenders, and the inquisition is going on, but I tell you what, it has been really poor defending. A bewildered Marvin Phillip, you could see the look on his face, disappointed with his charges as the ball is floated into the box. Good delivery there. Look at Brent Sam all alone and puts it into the back of the net. 1-0 to Defence Force.
Well, they're certainly not going to be happy in the southwestern peninsula of Trinidad and Tobago. Can they make amends? Anybody can. Mark Ramdeen can. He scored in their last draw. The only point of the competition so far. Well, this is a good service, and Riley's at the back post, but he can't get ahead of the defender. Well, there are calls for a handball. Quincy Williams not interested. And, well, Akinola Gregory running out of space as well. But it could break here for Riley. The throw is signaled to be in favor of the Defence Force. Well, they just seem to fall asleep there from the set piece, point Fortin, and gifting Defence Force an early goal as they lead 1-0. Well, they're just going to look to control the tempo of the match. It's still pretty early, but no need to press forward now with an early goal. Well, speaking of which, Rian Moore is sent on a run. He's going to win this foot race. Can he keep it in? Oh, he's done well. Moore brings Felix into play. He's got bodies ahead of him. Goddard runs into trouble, and Pacheco to start the attack for Point Fortin. Ramdeen could get into the act. He has lots of space ahead of him. He's got Riley in the center. Gregory's ahead of him as well. Hudson. Oh, he's done well there. And this one might be overhit. Goes out into touch.
Done everything well there, Hudson, but delivery wasn't on point. Sprint could enter in action. You could feel the tempo of the game rising. Certainly Deportivo would be pleased with what they've put forward so far. Of course, the goal would be their biggest blemish on the sheet.
Oh, that's good from Rian Moore. He's finding lots of joy in the center of the field. Brent Sam, the goal scorer. Well, just ran out of space there. Sam. Defence Force, of course, the most successful team in domestic competition here in Trinidad and Tobago. 20 national titles. 3 in the TT Pro League era. 15 in the National League era. And 2 Super League titles, National Super League titles. It's a club familiar with winning. They're also the only CONCACAF team to to have won, or the only Caribbean team to have won 2 CONCACAF regional titles as well, Defense Force. Here's Gonzalez, the T&T International. Space to push ahead now. Felix. Moore. Gonzalez. Oh, that's a good ball. In. Here's Botswain. Looking for space. Crowded out. And Wesley John should be able to clear the danger. Goddard. Oh, this one, Botswain gets a head on it. Couldn't pick out more, but they should win a throw. Just seemed to pick up the intensity Defense Force in the last few minutes.
And it all comes down to the tactical change that Coach Hudson Charles would have made. He's now almost playing almost like a back three. He's pushed Felix here on this side, a little bit higher up the park, which giving him a little bit more space and coming out of the back. And that minor adjustment now is seeing joy for Defense Force. Certainly not that pass though.
Well, they'd want that back as the yellow shirts keep possession and well, give it away forthwith. Rian Moore's pass a bit overhit, trying to find Felix. Well, they almost seem to give up possession quite easily. Point Fortin have been really cheap in possession the last few minutes. Here's Brent Sam. He's looking to find a yard of space, can't get past Wesley John. Andrew Pacheco. Riley's touch is too heavy.
He's got to do better there. James, he's got to hold it in. Especially his team needing to get out of the pressurized area. Need him to just keep possession for them.
Well, Sadu finds Felix in a nice pocket of space. Here's Rian Moore looking for space to shoot. Again, Wesley John makes himself a big obstacle as Point Fortin come away with it. Here's Gregory. Pacheco. Well, they put 5 passes together, the best of any spell in recent time from Point Fortin. Looking to find some sort of penetration, and they do find it with Gregory here. Can he open up something? And a shot right through the goalkeeper. And, well, I think that might have come as a surprise to everyone, including the goalkeeper. But for Point Fortin, it's an equalizer. And it's that man, Akinola Gregory, who gets on the score sheet.
But I thought their Defense Force may have got their lines crossed a bit. They were looking for an offside call from the official. It never came. And it was a good delivery that found Gregory. Goalkeeper in there. May have done a little bit better with that one. It went through his arms.
Yeah, it certainly seemed to catch him off guard.
Good ball into the box. Defense Force looking for the offside. Didn't come. That man Gregory smashing it into the net. Bringing the scores tied now. Deportivo back in this one.
Well, it's all to play for. Match level. Deportivo Point Fortin giving themselves a lifeline. Almost against the run of play. And Defense Force to push forward. And they could get some more joy, but it's a corner. Or it's in fact a goal kick. Too long in the end there for the run of Rian Moore. Well, Moore certainly did have a good showing at the CONCACAF Gold Cup after on his debut for Angus Eve's Trinidad and Tobago. Has somewhat cemented his spots on the T&T squad. Just a handful of caps from Rian Moore. Here's Ashim Asir. And it's away with Point Fortin. Here's the goal scorer, Gregory. Mark Ramdeen has been pretty quiet all evening. And possession rather, given away quite cheaply. So scores tied at 1, just over 20 minutes going here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. In case you just joined us, this is the Ascension Football Tournament. Deportivo point 14 against the Defense Force. Well, Etienne sends this one high into the heaven and he clears his error. Still keep it. And they've done that really well, Defense Force, holding on to possession. They try to build. And, well, he's not going to build when you give them away that cheaply.
They just seem to have lost their rhythm a bit, James, Defense Force, and credit to Deportivo for that. They've certainly gotten themselves back into this one. A lot more joy, particularly down the middle of the park. And they look a handful in particular areas as well.
Oh, here's Moore trying to get his attacking partner Bootswin going. Oh, that's a good turn from Sadu. Brent Sam. He's looked pretty lively. And, well, Cornwall is a handful for him. Sadu can't get past Cornwall this time. And point 14 will hold on to possession. It's going to be a good matchup. Cornwall versus Brent Sam out on the right side.
Yeah, there are a few good matchups in and around the park, particularly in the wide areas, as we mentioned, James. Both teams are blessed with good talent on the wing. Ramdeen and Riley for Deportivo, and of course Moore and Sam for Defense Force. They've been starring so far. Well, Ramdeen's been a bit quiet, but I think the wide players certainly relish this challenge.
Oh, can they get the rhythm going again? Point 14. They've gotten an equalizer after trailing after 11 minutes. They seem to have some sort of belief back in the camp since that equalizer. Etienne looking for Gregory, who goes down, but the referee says the foul is against Curtis Gonzalez. Felix. Jamali Garcia seems quite comfortable with the ball on his feet. Oh, good work from Riley. And here's Philip trying to play Gregory into play, but a bit overhit. And some remonstrations, perhaps saying that the weight of the pass could have been a bit better.
Yeah, certainly would have felt there. Phillips would have played him in. But again, both Phillips and Gregory, James, have been they look quite lively. Now, one of the reasons why I think Defense Force have really struggled to get out to the back. They've played a lot of passes backward and square. They've got one up top in Boswain, but outside of that, they've really struggled to get in behind. There's an attempt at it. But it's coming together for Defense Force, but it's not been easy.
Oh, they've given it away, and the point 14 will have a chance to get in behind, but Pacheco's pass is cut out by Brent Sam, who's come a long way back to cut that one out. Hashim Arsier. They've been quite mobile as Brent Sam goes to ground, but they've been quite mobile, the midfield pair for the Defense Force. Point 14 hasn't made it easy finding space in the middle. See Hashim Arsier and Justin Sadu moving around quite often. But they've sprung some space out wide here. Can they get it across the Arsier? This time cut out. It's not the first time in the match that we've seen they found space out on the right side, but have failed to deliver good service in the area. Oh, that's a heavy tackle from Etienne. And Boswain, well, he doesn't even flinch. Gets right back on his feet. As if, well, he's just having a dust-off in the park.
I tell you what, that referee's going to have his hands full. It's a heavyweight match. Pick your choice, James. Boswain or Etienne? Blockbuster.
Oh, that's a hard one to ask, yeah?
Look at that there. That's a picture frame tackle. The Brent Sancho special, brought to you by Etienne.
I tell you, he looks very reminiscent of a co-commentator of mine back in his heyday.
It's my signature move, James. Well renowned throughout the region.
I wouldn't like to be in the ring. Well, this time again, looking for that left-hand side, or perhaps trying to go a bit straighter this time. Too straight, too long, and giving away possession. Kevon Goddard has been a part of the T&T under-20 team. In fact, the team that won the Caribbean Championship in 2014, led by Derek King, is part of that squad. Quite a few players on the show in this Ascension Tournament were part of that team, that Trinidad and Tobago team. Ike Manjus, who will feature for Lakota Rangers later on, he's another name. Levi Garcia, perhaps the most popular. Here's Riley, one of the young secondary school stars looking to make a name for himself. And that time he couldn't get past his marker. Lots of SSFL talent on show, trying to make that step up into senior football. Well, here's another one. Isaiah Hudson. Oh, did well to lose one man, but he ran into a roadblock. Riley gets it on to Phillips. Can he keep it in? He does. And again, some good cover from the defense force. They've been tracking back in numbers. Struggle to find individual battles, the wingers. Ramdeen.
It's a good touch.
Gets into some space now, Ramdeen. It's not often we've seen him hold on to possession this long. He's struggled to get on the ball this match. And well, possession is lost. He'll have to defend here. Botswain. Heavy touch, gives away possession cheaply. Can Pacheco do something with it? And again, another pass cut out.
We talked about the SSFL players on show, James, and one of the things that they are going to have to get accustomed to now is space. Not a lot of time and space that they're used to at the SSFL level. It's a little bit different at this level, and they have to start figuring it out. How do they find their space? How do they find that area that they can impact the game? And I'm sure the young men who now making that step up to the SSFL is going to find out certainly in this tournament, and it's a joy watching them trying to find it out. We're going to have to find it for them to be able, of course, to show the talents that we've seen at the SSFL level here at the Ascension Tournament.
It might be some sort of a cliff, as one player has found themselves off a cliff, getting the yellow card. Williams losing patience with some of the challenges that he's seen this evening. Well, for all their possession, haven't really carved out much going through the middle defense force. As that attempt comes to naught. They found more joy going down in the wide areas.
You have to credit this man on the ball and his partner in crime, Pacheco, for policing the middle of the park for the Deportivo. Not really allowing defense force any life in there. Sadu and Arce have been starved for attention.
Here's Andre Etienne. Isaiah Garcia. Can they carve out in some space for themselves? Jordan Riley. well, crossed the wires there. Gives it right back to defense force. As Jamil Botswain takes his man for a run. And that's a foot race that he will lose as it goes out for a throw. Half hour gone in this match between Deportivo and the defense force here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. Fans beginning to stream in. This ground can get quite crowded in a blink. As Garcia gets some quick attention, and well, he believes that he's done enough to keep it in, and the referee tends to agree as well, despite the protest there from Akinola Gregory. Botswain has been a big target man in the middle. There's Kevon Goddard, Brent Sam calling for it, and well, he didn't pick out anybody really. The intensity of matches in the Ascension Tournament has proven a challenge for many of these teams competing. We've seen lots of teams speaking about injuries happening. Point Fortin, in fact, they're missing quite a few players in their squad due to injury. Here's Brent Sam. Swap places with Rion Moore. This time his thread couldn't go through the eye of the needle. As Point Fortin tried to get something going. Well, that's a tussle. You quicker see in the WWE than in football matches, and it's punished by the referee. As well, the player will take a moment, Akinola Gregory, to have a rest as well. He's drenched at the moment. Just about 32 minutes gone, but he's all soaked up.
We talked about the injuries, James, and of course, football hasn't been played in the country for the last 2 years. But credit to the young men, what we've seen so far in the Ascension League, certainly a high standard of football, certainly played at a terrific pace as well. All the teams that we've seen so far in the Ascension have, of course, played at a level that would suggest that they won't do for the last 2 years. So as I said, a credit to them and what we've seen so far.
Well, I thought he might have put himself in trouble there, Enel. Dug himself out of that hole. Here comes Rion Moore.
That's a good battle.
And a very good tackle there from Cornwall. And Cornwall, I think he's one of the under-recognized stars of this Point Fortin team. Very solid defender, playing in the wing-back position. And Brent Sam certainly struggled getting past him. You know, Rion Moore has been swapped out on that side.
Certainly is up for the challenge here today. We talked a lot about the wide men of both teams. And certainly Cornwall and Garcia, the right back for Deportivo, have done well so far.
But it's a chance of a set piece. And
Tell you what,
they didn't deal with it particularly well. And might have given up another corner.
I tell you what, James, that was extremely close. And just begging for a yellow shirt to put their head on it. Deportivo, despite the experience and size there in the middle, they seem to struggle with balls coming into the box. And that was another one.
Well, they've got another opportunity. Hashim Asir. Very good service, and this time nobody's in at the back door. But they're certainly threatening, and they're looking a bit uncomfortable at the moment, Deportivo, defending these set pieces.
And a lot of it is down to the big players for Deportivo owning it, going up, getting their heads on it. They're going to have to attack it. And, the deliveries have been sensational so far by Defence Force. Really putting a lot of pace into the ball that's delivered into the box. And Deportivo has to be a little bit more switched on.
Well, this one is aimed in at Gregory. Doesn't surprise the yellow shirts as they deal with it quite comfortably. Here's Rian Moore. Battle with Cornwall. And
I tell you what, James, he's up for it, isn't he, Cornwall? Certainly up for it. He's not backing down. Rian Moore is a big lad. Certainly one of the national players, current national players for Trinidad and Tobago on the ascendancy. As you mentioned, had a very good Gold Cup and has continued on in that rich vein of form.
I guess Curtis Gonzalez started his career as a midfielder, Gonzalez, but has switched into that defensive position in recent years. He's favored there in the era of Dennis Lawrence as national head coach, and well, it's kind of cemented a spot there. It's Wesley John, lead him to help keep the nerves calm at the back. Ramdeen.
That's what Defence Force would want to see. Ramdeen traveling at pace, going towards his own goal.
And a very good tackle from Isaiah Hudson. Will keep possession for the team from the Southwest Peninsula in Trinidad and Tobago. So battle for this one, and Hudson does well to keep possession. It's back with Defence Force now. Tries to get Rian Moore going. It's well cut out. Oh, that's a ball that looked dangerous and had to be quick to get it away. Brent Sam. And, well, he's a big of the player, but he seemed to come out worst in the impact. But might have done well to, well, in fact, he's got nothing. It's a throw for Point Fortin. Well, the game just seems to have lost some momentum in the last few minutes as we approach the 40-minute mark. Just about 38 minutes gone so far. Still 1-1 between Deportivo Point Fortin and the Defence Force.
Yeah, a combination of, I think, a bit of fatigue by both teams and a bit of composure as well, James. There's sometimes that errant pass, errant judgment has allowed this game to get into a bit of a lackluster affair.
There's Andre Pacheco. It's a good-looking service in the area.
I tell you what.
Gets a head on it, but might have been a foul against the goalkeeper. And well, it looked dangerous for what it was, and it certainly caused no end of trouble. Wesley John thought that he might have gotten there first, but the referee disagrees.
Well, he did leave it quite late, Enel, to come off his line. He certainly was in two minds. And that made it very, very interesting. Of course, Wesley John was one of the interested parties. Tried to get his head onto that one. But Enel, I would suggest, James, could count himself a bit lucky.
Certainly was. That service looked really inviting. Wesley John was certainly there to gobble up. Rian Moore can't get it in at both Swain. Etienne, but he's taking no prisoners, as they say in local parlance. Brent Santos certainly enjoying it as a former defender himself.
Tell you what, he sent a message to every single forward player or offensive player for Defence Force that if you come my way, there's no, of course, he could go anywhere. He is a frightening tower of strength. Big challenger as well, tackles heavy.
Quite literally as well. Oh, there we go. Cornwall. And I think for all that we've seen from Deportivo, they're not a bad team in terms of personnel and defensive positions. Perhaps the coordination of getting the team operating as a cohesive unit has escaped them in the early part of the tournament.
Yeah, you expect them to get better as this tournament goes along. Collection of very talented players. They've certainly held their own defensively. The back four of Etienne, John, Cornwall of Garcia. But I think this has been the Achilles heel here, James. Defending set plays. They looked very uncomfortable with the ball whizzing in the box.
And, well, might have some more discomfort to deal with as it's another defense force corner aimed in at Brent Sam. And this time he couldn't get his head on it. And, well, they did well there. Brent Sam might have thought that he was impeded. Well, perhaps the coolest man on the pitch, Marvin Phillip, the T&T international, the 82 caps for the national team. Started as a striker his career, Marvin Phillips, for Presentation College. In fact, top scoring in the South Zone Division 1 year before converting to a goalkeeper. And, well, that proved to be a very good decision in the end. Garcia. Oh, and, a referee allows play to continue. Mark Ramdeen gets involved here. Tries to find right at the far post, and what a good position. It's gone in, but I think that the assistant flag might have gone up earlier. And, well, it's a man down, 2 men down, and the scoreline remains the same.
Look like the ball across there by Ramdeen would have went out to play before Riley got a touch. Of course, goalkeeper Enel receiving treatment there.
Well, he would have wished he knew that earlier. Went in, had to make the challenge, didn't see the assistant's flag. And, well, now he's in a bit of discomfort.
I think the big question as we toggle into halftime is whether or not Deportivo can keep this up. They've played a very good game so far, tactically, and of course what they have done to prevent Defense Force from, of course, playing to their strengths. And the question is whether or not they can keep up with this level of intensity. They've been quite street smart in their approach so far, James. That man there, Riley, still having ins and outs with the game, so have not really impacted it the way he would have liked to, both him and Ramdeen. But they certainly have the ability to be match winners.
Certainly, Ramdeen, SSFL All-Star in 2016 and 2017. Some of the highlights earlier on, Hashim Asier helped put the Defense Force ahead, finding Brent Sam at the back door. And he put Defense Force ahead early, just about in the 11th minute. And they would hold on to that 1-0 advantage until this moment. Akinola Gregory opening it up here. And right through the arms of Enel. And that made it 1-1.
Yeah, if you looked at it again, Phillips cutting it back here for Gregory. Looked like a slight defection there off of Garcia in Enel's defense. May have unsighted him, but I think Gregory would have been happy. Look at that skyline there. I could see a few coconuts there, James?
Had one this morning.
Well, the coconut made me say Jim. I was thinking about Jim and coconut.
Oh, well, usually those guys sitting under coconut trees on the beaches are called gyms.
But certainly a beautiful skyline there. Of course, Coach Charles there, trying to impress upon Sadu and Arcia. Beautiful night here in La Horquetta.
Tell you what, Hudson Charles, former national head coach, and scored the equalizer against Honduras back in 1988 to take T&T into the Hex. Certainly an integral part of that squad. He was also a part of the Defense Force, the last Defense Force team to win a CONCACAF title. So talk about experience to have on your bench. Well, this young man, he'll be looking for some experience of his own. And, well, he'd be looking to be pain-free. He's back on his feet, Enel. And might be the end of his evening, though. It's quite unfortunate, though, that might be forced to come out this early in the match, as Bigot is the man being lined up as his replacement. And It's a sad end to the evening. So Big Ats will replace Enel, who sees the end of his evening after suffering an injury.
Yeah, that would be disappointing for Hudson Charles to see his starting goalkeeper being replaced this early in the game. Well, you don't want your goalkeepers to be replaced, period. It's a big blow there for Defence Force. So we see 4 minutes of added on time presented.
Lots of stoppages, and it's expected. Matches at this high intensity after such a long day off. You will get injuries and lots of time being added. And that is a handball that was well spotted. So the players are going to take their time about this one, just a bit of fatigue creeping in. Still locked at 1 apiece. Can he find some attacking options to perhaps give his team some sort of advantage going into the halfway point? Ramdeen's pass is cut out. But they do get a throw. Took a deflection off a yellow shirt. Philip. Oh, he's done well. He's gotten past Moore. Here's Philip. Was the architect of the first goal for Point Fortin. Can he help carve something open for the second? Justin Sadu trying to find Sam. Cut out. Here's Pacheco. Ramdeen.
That's a late one. That's a late challenge.
Well, might be the second yellow of the match, and in fact it is the second yellow of the match. And it's gone to Justin Sadu. Well, Quincy Williams has been quite consistent in this match. Justin Sadu, the former Naparima man, a bit late on his former schoolmate.
No love lost between the two.
Well, can Ramdeen force something before halftime as Big as his call to action? His first of the match.
It's done well. It's done really well to hold that up.
Defence Force looking to create something before halftime. Oh, well cut out there. Maybe something on the opposite end.
That's
a good pass.
That's a good ball.
Akinola Gregory's touch, letting him down, but he does have a second opportunity. Opening up for Philip, and well, an easy trickle for Big at the end.
Game getting a bit stretchy as we come to the end of the half.
Maybe Rion Moore. It's a set piece, and again, can't get past Cornwall. I think Defence Force are going to be happy with the corner. Maybe the last chance of the half. Sending bodies forward. Can they create something from perhaps the last chance of the first half to bring the advantage? They've got Sadu, they've got Moore, they've got Boatswain. Can he find a yellow jersey? Brent Sam is looking. It's aimed in at the back. Well, that signals the end of the first half. Interesting first half where we saw 2 goals. And at the halftime, it's Deportivo Point Fortin 1, Defence Force 1.
Yeah, certainly a game where both teams would look at the positives in this one. Of course, Marvin Phillips there having a conversation with the official. But Defence Force, I think, will overall be disappointed with their performance. Deportivo showed, of course, the individual quality they had, that they could come together in patches of the game with the collective. Another bad half of football for the boys from Point Fortin. Certainly a game that we thought may have gone very heavily in favour for Defence Force, but Deportivo have shown up for this fixture.
What do you think are some of the key moments that we saw in the first half?
I think certainly the play in the middle of the park by Deportivo, from the likes, of course, from Isaiah Hudson and Pacheco. But that man, Luke Phillip, has been a live wire offensively for Deportivo and has been the spark of everything good going forward for Deportivo. They've been solid at the back with the likes of Etienne and Wesley John. We talked about Cornwall and his tenacity and what he's shown. And most of what we've seen, James, has been a positive for Deportivo. I think from a defence force point of view, we've seen them play in patches and ebbs and flows. They could be a lot better, a little bit more dynamic. I think they need to play a little bit faster as well and try to play a bit higher up the park. A lot for Hudson Charles to talk about in the locker room for the boys from Tetron, but certainly not out of this one. They would feel that if they tweak things a little bit, they can pull away from the Deportivo.
Well, he did speak about the intensity of point forting in the match. And, you asked questions whether or not they can continue to uphold that type of intensity. Lots of work, you think, still to come for them?
Yeah, lots of work still to come, but certainly a game that should bring an intriguing second half.
All right, so it is 1-1 at halftime between Deportivo Point Fortin and the Defence Force. We take a break and come back with the highlights.
Ask about school he went. You know what school he went to?
Who was blue again? You was yellow, right? And you were blue? Yes.
50.
Well, it's still all to play for here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground between Deportivo Point Fortin and the Defense Force. Halftime scores, match 1-1. A goal scored by Brent Sam for the Defense Force, and then the equalizer coming for Deportivo Point Fortin from Akinola Gregory. James Wonders is my name, together with Brent Sancho, and as we take a look at some of the first half highlights. And early shot from Angie Pacheco, deflected, and Enel making the first save, the first real opportunity of the match.
Yes,
and then more action would come from Point Fortin. Riley setting it up for Philip, and how instrumental was him in the match?
Yeah, Phillips have been a spark, a live wire. There we see the opening goal there by Brent Sam. But Phillips was a live wire for Deportivo. Goal scorer Brent Sam on the spot, free as can be. James, a good goal for Defense Force. Good header there by Brent Sam. I don't think you get it any easier than that.
And then on the opposite end, Philip instrumental in everything forward for Point Fortin, setting it for Gregory. And that one might have taken a deflection right to the arms of Enel.
Yeah, certainly a deflection, but a good run there. Penetrative run there by Phillips. Tees up his man there, Gregory. Slight deflection off of Captain Garcia and over the hands of Enel. Gregory bringing the boys from Point Fortin equal.
Well, Point Fortin attacked with some long service. This one again aimed at Gregory's touch, perhaps letting him off early. And then trying to create the opportunity here for Philip. And, well, not enough power. And the new goalkeeper, Bigat, after Enel was substituted due to injury. And the scores remain tied at 1 apiece. So it's still all to play for. We take another break and we come back with the second half action. So we're ready, set for second half action. All to play for between Deportivo Point Fortin and the Defense Force. Scores tied at 1 goal apiece. And teams are just about set to make their way back onto the playing field. James Saunders is my name. Brent Sancho, former T&T World Cup defender, alongside me. And Brent, all to play for in the second half.
Certainly all to play for from a Defense Force point of view. They would certainly want to step up the tempo, play a bit quicker, and of course sort out the conundrum that's the middle of the park. They haven't had any joy there to really spring the attacks, and more importantly get the supply line to the likes of Mo, and of course Brent Sam has not been that type of game for Defense Force so far, but if they can fix that and improve, certainly some of these young faces that we see in the stands, albeit
Kyle O'Gara inside of there. He's the former Northeast Stars man. You're good familiar with Northeast Stars?
Yeah, certainly. Kyle in there done a great job there at Northeast Stars. Some of the players, Real Moore started at Northeast Stars, as we see the boys from Tetron back out on the pitch. But James, if they can increase the tempo of the game, if they can sort out the conundrum in the middle of the park that they're currently having, they can have a much better half than they did in the first. And again, for Deportivo, much of the same. I think they would feel very encouraged from what they've been able to do. Good leadership at the back from that man there, Marvin Phillips, the captain and Trinidad and Tobago national team goalkeeper. And as you rightfully say, James, all to play for.
Well, united they stand, divided they fall. It's one of the military mottos, and it's one that they'll be hoping to employ going into the second half. Defense Force, of course, unbeaten in this competition. Stand on 4 points, a win and a draw in their 2 matches so far. They'll be hoping to continue that good fortune. So far, they haven't given away a point. Point Fortin, a team certainly not lacking in leadership. They've got the likes of Wesley John, Andrew Etienne at the back, Andrew Pacheco. Their job would be to guide some of these youngsters, the likes of Mark Ramby, Jordan Riley, Isaiah Hudson. And it should make for an exciting second half. A second half we're all excited to witness. So it's playtime, 45 minutes to separate these two teams. Defense Force in the yellow and blue, and the Deportivo Point Fortin in the blue and orange. Mark Ramdy cuts out that early pass. Goes into a tussle with Goddard, and it's a tussle that Goddard wins. Yes, Justin Sadu. Brent's for Real Moore. Curtis Gonzalez gets into the mix. Marvin Phillips gets his first touch of the second half. Just wonder what the team talk of these squads will have been like during the halftime break. What would you have said, Brent?
Certainly, if I was Coach Hudson Charles, the man in charge of Defense Force, it certainly would have been an animated version of Brent Sancho. Something you probably wouldn't have seen, James. When we have the calm and collective Brent Sancho, but certainly would have been animated. And if I was Reno Carrington, I'd be a very happy man.
So Defense Force try to push forward here. Again, can't get past Cornwall. He's been a rock in defense, 4-point Fortin. Jordan Riley thought that he was fouled. The referee's assistant agrees, and they will have a free kick to Point Fortin. Jordan Riley certainly looking to make a name for himself at the senior level. One of the standout players at secondary school level. Very good from set pieces, Jordan Riley. Hasn't had an opportunity to take much. Oh, there's a foot race here with the more experienced Gonzalez. Gonzalez wins quite easily. Does look to be a slight bit of discomfort to Jordan Riley. Has been hobbling around since the first half. Lee. His touch, his pass isn't very good, it's cut out. So that Mark Ramdeen. Akinola Gregory turns into traffic. And defense force come away with it. They've got numbers pouring forward and maybe not the best decision at the time, but they still keep it. Finds Brent Sam, 1v1 here. Cornwall and, well, put off his mark there. And not very good at the end from the big man, the brother of former T&T International, Brent Sam.
For the first time this afternoon, he's got the beating of Cornwall, but just couldn't get a shot on target. I'd like to see him hit it across the goalkeeper in the face of Marvin Phillips, forcing at least into action. Just couldn't get his angles right. It's positive.
Defense force will launch yet another attack from the point 14 area. Lee. This one is flicked and Marvin Phillips should be there to clean up the danger. He's always the coolest customer on the pitch, Marvin Phillips. Hudson. Phillips seems to be involved in everything going forward for point 14. Here's Cornwall. Lots of space to exploit going forward. Hudson. Back to Wesley John. Pacheco. John. Just 2 caps for T&T, Wesley John, but he certainly has a ton load of experience at the senior level. Well, they managed to keep it here. Justin Sadu goes all the way back to Curtis Gonzalez. They're still quite content to build up play from their own half. Point 14 with a middle block. It's not a bad ball. Brent Sam is in. Well, might have been a handball or might have been offside as well. Either way, it's a point 14 free kick. Not a very good touch, just gives away possession. Here's Brent Sam, reverse pass looking for Botswain. Lee, good service here, could pick out someone. Just a bit too long, and they lose possession. Not a bad idea though from the defense force.
Well, already with about 5 minutes or so gone, defense force getting themselves in better positions in and around the park. And although I still don't think they've quite figured out that conundrum I spoke about in the middle of the park, where they're not getting a lot of joy, they're now starting to see their wing players a little bit more active, which is what they would like.
Oh, that's a good turn there from Ryan Moore. Tries to get a shot away, but Etienne is really quick out there. Might have hurt himself as well, Etienne. Ryan Moore does have a good right foot. And Etienne, he's a good knack for making sure those right foot efforts don't come off.
I'm not sure if Etienne could get injured. That free kick being called back there.
Those indestructible old school type players. Did play for Central FC, Andrew Etienne.
Certainly one of my favourites to pass through Central. Tough tackling defender from point.
5 caps for the T&T national team. Have to defend here though. Looking for a shot, Goddard. Well cut out, but they still keep it. Looking for space to get a service in here. Well marshaled by Jordan Riley. And it will be through. That's a good ball in. Marvin Phillips is quick to spot the danger. And it could start some more danger at the opposite end. This pass is well cut out by Goddard. It's Pacheco. Wesley John just allows it to fall in front of him, and luckily for him, Hashim Al-Sier's touch wasn't the best. So it's a goal kick for the boys from Point Fortin. Well, how calm is Marvin Phillips really? He just looks so calm. He was part of the 2001 SSFL team that won the Intercall for Princestown Secondary. He's joined that on the list with his teammate this evening, Angie Pacheco. He's part of a very talented Princestown team that included the likes of Lindsay Sherwood, Lyndon Luke, and the now deceased Clyde Leon.
I think Anthony Noriega was part of that team as well.
He also was, quite right. Very talented SSFL team. So good to see some of the SSFL players making that transition onto international football and professional football. Here's Gonzalez. Oh, they look very comfortable. Trying to get Lee going. He's found some space. And not enough to get his cross in though. Thought he might have done better.
Well, we've seen this approach a couple of times in the first half, and for my liking, not enough. It's where the space is. When the likes of Sam draw the defender out of position, that space in behind that is vacated by Cornwall, when he moves up with Sam, is where the joy is for defence force, and it has to be almost a precision pass. There's Hudson Charles. I'm sure that's what he's thinking as well. A midfield maestro in his day for Trinidad and Tobago, and of course for the very defence force as well. But those passes coming out of the back are certainly from Gonzalez and Garcia in particular, has to be a little bit better. Gonzalez has been able to deliver, but for Garcia, he has to find a way to make sure those passes are pinpoint, because that's where the joy is for defence force.
Well, it should be defence forces' turn to take back possession. And they will from the throw. Well, the crowd just building up here in La Horquetta. Of course, the home team, La Horquetta Rangers, they're going to be coming up against Moruga FC in the second of this double-headed fixture here in La Horquetta. But here's Point Fortin, a chance in for Gregory, just too long ahead of the striker. He's a bit annoyed with himself there. Was so close, but yet so far away from getting the go-ahead goal for Point Fortin.
That man Phillips again, getting themselves, breaking lines, and getting themselves in the box. James, I felt if he was a bit more braver, he might have got his head on that one. I think he saw it bigger and he wanted nothing to do with it. But again, breaking the lines, playing that role superbly well. Number 10 goal. He's been very impressed with the youngster this afternoon, Phillips. He's putting a good shift for his squad.
This one should be easy for Wesley John to clear. Just a bit of change in strategy somewhat from the first half from what we saw from Point Fortin. They're defending a lot deeper than we saw in the first half. Just allowing defense force the first 2/3 of the field to build up. Really only pressing when they come into the final third. Well, that's easy for Ramdeen. Tries to get Philip forward. Couldn't control it, and well, he worked hard to regain it. And well, I'm sure Big Heart would have preferred a more comfortable way to get rid of that one. Chose route one. But how good has Philip been so far? He's certainly been perhaps the liveliest Point Fortin player in the evening.
And on both sides of the coin, really. He's done well offensively, breaking lines, getting into box, been active, looking for passes, trying to get on the end of things, and defensively, he gets back and causes a lot of the, of course, confusion for defense force that they haven't, particularly in the middle of the park. His work rate alongside that man on the ball there, Pacheco and Hudson, has been superb for the Deportivo. And one of the reasons why defense force haven't really have a stranglehold on the football game so far, despite the fact they've had a large amount of possession. They're still very much in this one. It's at 1-1.
Well, they're still yet to really get some penetration as they find some space in the middle with Botswain. Sadu does find some space now. Can he take advantage? He's got Lee, quickly closed down by Ramdeen. Here's Hashimas here. On giving away Ramdeen's press. Getting the end result that he would like. It's point forward to take possession. And Philip, well, he's gone into a heavy tackle there from Jamali Garcia. And what a good tackle that was. So that one goes out into touch, and what they've certainly done well, they've limited the space, particularly in the attacking third for Defence Force, and they forced them to make errors trying to penetrate. Ramdeen, he's done well to keep it, and he gets another bite. Oh, some clever footwork from him, keeps it alive. Pacheco does get his man going forward, and again, well, I'm not sure if he attempted to pick out Gregory there. He was attempting a shot, but Marvin Phillip took no chances. As the action breaks on the other end, Defence Force, Rayon Moore. They've got a dangerous front three Defence Force. Always look dangerous in transition.
Yeah, that's where they're finding most of their joy, in transition. Certainly the likes of Moore and Sam, the pace and ability, but they've given as good as they've gotten as much as they've given. Garcia, and of course that man Cornwall.
So again, it's another set piece. They can't threaten from, and Marvin Phillips is there, averting any danger. Justin Sadu tries to keep it alive, but he's got space to put one in, and can't get past his man this time.
That's good defending. That's good defending there.
So the danger has been averted. Isaiah Garcia with some expert defending. Hashim Garcia isn't too happy.
Well, both wingbacks for Deportivo have really stood out here tonight. They've defended well. It's a difficult task. When you talk about Sam and Moore, height, size, pace, very athletic, and they've stuck to their tasks very well so far.
It's Lee. Gets it only as far as Riley. He runs into trouble. Andre Pacheco can't get a shot away. Hudson, and well, scuffs that effort, and it will be a goal kick.
Just needed a little bit more composure there, James. He created enough for the shot. He just really needed to settle himself a bit. But he rushed it, and the opportunity was gone.
Another chance to build up. Well, they're choosing their moments in terms of pressing point 14, doing a good job at it, as Pacheco breaks up yet another attack. Well, he's done well, hasn't he, Angie Pacheco? No, it's Jordan Riley, 1v1. Can't thread the needle. Sadu tries to get Sam going on the other end, and Wesley John. Very composed defending from John, and he managed to win back possession. Might have done enough to win a throw, 4.14, but it's in fact gone against them. When Sam at least are getting the consolation of a throw in that battle. Oh, it's a mighty long run up from Brent Sam. Looking for Botswain, can't get it past John. Akinola Gregory to battle, and still managed to keep it point 14 momentarily as Goddard intercepts. Oh, this is good from Goddard. And finally runs into Cornwall. He's been impassable all evening. just slightly shaped defensively from point forward, and I think it's a big improvement from what we have seen in the first half. Certainly making it difficult for the Tetuan boys. Oh, that's Sam. Can do. Create some space for himself. And well, they're going forward now, and Akinola Gregory finds himself 1v1, and the touch just eluded him. Unlucky for him. And Curtis Gonzalez fortunate to have an opportunity to clean up. Here comes the defense force now. Rian Moore.
It's good defending. Good defending. Stood his ground, James.
Mark Ramdeen has played a much more subdued role this evening. Gregory tries to get Philip alive. He keeps the possession alive. Here's Ramdeen. Into Philip. Looking for options. And a shot turn, wow. Was certainly called into action there, Bigot. And it's an action that he answered as he kept that out.
That was a terrific strike there by Isaiah Hudson. Got a lot of power out of that trusty left foot of his. Certainly gave Bigot something to think about.
We didn't have much time to think about it, but he reacted well to the danger. Brent Sam, oh, he certainly has been targeted all evening. God, that looks as smooth as petroleum jelly. Well, the match has certainly taken a much different shape from the one that we saw in the first half. Defense force trying to be patient, waiting for the moment. Point Fortin have been tactically very disciplined, held their shape really well. Goddard. Sadu finds Gonzalez. Spots him. It's done well to keep it as it goes all the way back to Gonzalez. Just sense that the match is building up to a point where something will happen very soon.
I think the real question here for Deportivo is whether or not, as I said in the first half, they can keep up with this momentum. Really shelled out a lot of energy in this one. I'm sure fitness will be a factor leading into the closing stages.
Well, I'm sure that very soon we're approaching the point that we will see some changes. Just about 67 minutes gone so far, and might see the first change, and it will be the goal scorer, Akinola Gregory, who will be recalled to the bench, and in his place will be Ezekiel Kessa, would have started the last game for Point Fortin, finally making his way in, and Jordan Riley sees the end of his evening, and he will be replaced by Russell Alfred. So there's been a change in attack with Russell Alfred coming in. Very competent goal scorer, Alfred. Ezekiel Kessa getting his opportunity to impress Coach Reynold Carrington. First, they've got to defend. Curtis Gonzalez stands over this set-piece opportunity. Oh, tries his luck, and well, luck wasn't with him.
He just did not get the right technique to get that ball up and down. It's a very difficult skill. One that I'm very sure that Gonzalez can do, just didn't get it right on this occasion.
Point 14, the first of the teams to make outfield changes. Of course, defense force forced into an early first half change when goalkeeper Enel came off injured. Coach Hudson Charles has opted to keep his outfield players as they were, as you would say in military terms. And they come away with something here. The whistle of the referee interrupts the action. It will be a defense force free kick.
You have to wonder if Coach Charles is even looking at possibly a tactical change. It's not really going his way of what he would have liked.
Well, here's Lee. Found some space, but again, he's found it difficult to beat Cornwall. Well, they're giving away possession in a dangerous area, and Alfred helps to get it away. He gets his first involvement in the match. Well, substitute Kessa as well getting involved. Looking to open up something here, and well, Hudson again getting another attempt at goal, and this time he had the accuracy but not the power.
But he made the wrong decision there, James. There were two players on the other side of him who might have been better served if the ball was laid off for them. Just didn't pick his head up. He had one thing in his mind. I'm not sure if anyone in point 14 could have changed that.
But one thing in the mind of both these teams would be to break the deadlock. Currently tied at 1 apiece. 70 minutes as we approach the 70th minute. Well, there might be more changes though. Some activity happening on the defense force bench. Looking for somebody, a difference maker, to come in. It's Goddard. Ashimasia couldn't get his pass forward. It's cut out, and Alfred can get an attack going. Couldn't pick out Philip on that occasion. And well, Philip a bit exuberant in his pursuit of possession, and he gives away a foul. Here's Lee. But CEEN just loses his footing. Pass cut out Brent Sam. Goddard. Well, couldn't lose Philip. And Alfred might have just run himself into an offside position as Philip chooses option B, Kessa. So, some more changes happening. 3 changes being made by the defense force. Dwight Quintero and Ronaldo Corriat lined up to come in. And Andre Pacheco will make his way off the field. And he will be replaced by, I'll tell you who that was in just a second. So Hashim Asier, Brent Sam, and Jamil Botswain will make their way off, and Ronaldo Corriat, Cooper, and Dwight Quintero, as they've opted for some fresh legs on top.
Look very much like for like, James. Not necessarily a tactical switch. Certainly they're going to look for the same type of approach, but different personnel. Quintero, of course, certainly a match winner in those boots.
Quintero, of course, played a lot of his club football at W Connection as well as Central FC. Well, here's a chance for him to do something. Well cut out by Wesley John. Can we find a match winner? Is there to be a match winner? Both these teams are already getting draws in the competition. Defense Force picked up a draw in their opening match against Terminix Rangers as Mark Ramdeen.
Be careful.
Gets the better of Lee. And he goes to ground. No whistle. It's Coriat. He gets in on the act. And Quintero, a slow start for him and couldn't get better of Cornwall. Well, they're quite confident to play out from the back point, 14.
A bit too confident. Ended up for a throw for Defense Force.
Alfred also played club football at Guaya United in the National Super League. Solid forward, he can get among the goals. Goals is something that Point Fortin will feel that they need at the moment. Well, can they get one here from Kessa? And well, not sure he knew much about that, but he kept it out. And it remains 1-all.
Showed a good pair of heels there. Some good skill. Man, Kessa driving in here. But this here for a bit of skill, James. Eludes his man. Left him for dead. Good save eventually there by Beggett.
Most importantly, he's kept the score line, as it were. And they're going to be happy with that as Defense Force try to get it away from their area. And they do get a throw. Wesley John. Etienne getting the attention of Quintero, and Marvin Phillips comes to the rescue. Oh, is he in trouble here? But it's gone against him, and it's a Defense Force throw deep in the Point Fortin area. Here's Jamali Garcia. Lee. Good looking service forward. And well cut out, well read by Wesley John. Cornwall. Oh, that's a good turn from Cornwall.
Well. That's good skill.
Mark Ramdeen does well to keep it alive as a second bite of the cherry. So Alfred holds up. Lunging tackle from Hudson. Gives it back to Defense Force. But they're certainly trying to get it in quickly to the front three this time around. It's the second time that Lee has tried first-time attempts into Dwight Quintero. Sufficing to say, both have been unsuccessful. "14 minutes remaining in this match. Is there to be more goals? Here's Justin Sadu. Looking to get one of those yellow shirts ahead of him going, and only picks out Marvin Phillip. Oh, that's a great turn from Alfred. Could be 1v1 here, Russell Alfred. But he's looking for options, and he picks the option to shoot, and well, you'd hope for that option back if he can have it again.
Well, it was even Ramdeen coming up the left-hand side. I think he only had one thing in his mind there. Never really created a proper angle. Good distribution there by Marvin Phillip. Finding his man. Alfred, he just had to make his mind up. Never really created a shooting angle. Hence the reason that ball went high, very, very high, and over the bar.
Ramdeen almost intercepted in a crucial area. Defense Force are going to be happy to have that back. Quintero muscled out of possession by Wesley John. Here's Gonzalez. Well, it's certainly getting lots of attention from the opposing defenders. This one is in search of Mo, who couldn't control, but he has a second bite. Ramdeen. Phillip. Not the best touch, but he manages to keep it. Well, they have found some joy out left here with Alfred. This time, more options for him. Can he get a good cross in? He does get a good cross in, but couldn't find the direction, Mark Ramdeen. But how close was that from point 14? It certainly did enough to create some sort of concern for Defense Force.
Yeah, and as this game goes on, you have to wonder if Deportivo is going to just sneak a punisher at the end. Certainly been good value for money. It's a probing ball here by Defense Force.
Well, he's got to deal with 3 on more Cornwall. And, well, he does his job. And it's a corner. He's proving a hard man to get past this evening.
He's been solid, James. I tell you what, he's certainly a contender for man of the match here this afternoon. Solid in all aspects of the game. Just can't be beaten. Also, his father was a top-notch striker.
Kester Cornwall played with him back at Star Wars Striker. Was part of that dangerous St. Benedict's team. Featured the likes of Kendall Neck Davis, Sanjay Tuse. This one is headed clear. Well, if the scores remain as is, I think that my shoe-in for man of the match certainly would be Cornwall.
He would certainly be part of that conversation. Maybe even throw in that man, Luke Phillips.
He's certainly been lively.
He's been very lively for Deportivo.
That's a good touch there from Lee. Punches it forward. It's Cooper. Goddard. He's been good this evening as well. Easy for Marvin Phillip in the end.
Leave the MVP rulings up to you, James.
Good Cornwall. If the match remains as it is. Oh, that's a illegal tackle, says the referee Quincy Phillip. And it's a change that perhaps was expected. Joe Baltazar has been called into action as Rion Moore makes his exit from the match. Baltazar, of course, integral part of the T&T futsal team. Very handy playing in small spaces. And point 14 come away with something here against the Defense Force.
It's a good ball. This could be
Twisted away
trouble.
nicely by Piggott, and well, the follow-up attempt left a lot to be desired.
Just felt that anything on target there, James, might have caused a spot or bother there for Bigot. Just never got it on target. And this is where defense force have really struggled coming out of the back, trying to play that probing ball up front, and it's resulting in a lot of repellent by Point Fortin.
Well, that's an odd poor ball from Cornwall. And that opens up some space out wide. Well cut out. Pass Goddard, but he chipped up by Phillip, taken quickly. It's Cooper. Couldn't get it forward quickly enough to Baltazar. Here's Point Fortin. And too long for Alfred. In his 30s now. Not going to catch those. Seven minutes to find a winner in this match.
Oh, that could be.
Will it be? But the defense forces an appeal for a handball. Quincy Williams right on spot. And he sees nothing wrong. But Quintero, well, his expression tells a totally different tale.
I think if we had VAR in this one, we may be having a different conversation, James.
Ooh,
was his hands in a natural position? That conversation would have been started.
Not sure the answer would have been one favorable to the defense force, as they get a favorable position. It's a corner. Can they scrape up something here? Too far for anybody. Corriat keeps it alive. And again, good defending at the back from Point Fortin. Been very disciplined the second half. And they could break here. They've got...
Oh, that's naughty.
Well, it's two-footed. And Goddard gets his due punishment. Looked like a Brent Sancho type tackle.
Just a bit later than a Brent Sancho type tackle. I think I'm a little bit more on time than that. A stickler for time I am, James. But certainly the veracity was there.
Could have missed a school bus with that type of tackle. Very late. Here's Wesley John. Point Fortin in search of a winner. Quintero, happy feet. Baltazar with options. Goes for the option of Corriat. Can he pick him out? That's good defending.
Great defending. Top defending again. When you start to, of course, put together and put this Deportivo performance in context, James, you'd have to suggest that they could be one of the teams that you have to look out for in this Ascension tournament. They started slowly, but every game they seem to be improving.
Could there be more joy? Cornwall, not the best touch that we've seen from him this evening.
The only blemish on his sheet.
Is there one more trick up the sleeve of the successful defense force team? Baltazar contend with Wesley John. He's kept him honest. Lee.
That's a good ball.
Chance for cross, and Quintero's header. Well, not well directed. Don't think he made right contact.
Starting to turn the screws a bit, defense force.
3 minutes remaining. Ronaldo Corriat with some space here. And again, well cut out by Isaiah Garcia.
We did talk about the fatigue factor as it relates to Deportivo. They've certainly put out a lot of industry and endeavor in this game so far. As we get down into what most call Fergie time, you have to wonder if they have enough left in the tank to hold off the boys from Tetron, as they certainly starting to put themselves about.
They have scored goals late in matches. Is this another of those moments for defense force? Justin Sadu can answer some of those questions. Aimed in at Quintero, and this time well defended yet again. Tries to keep it alive. Here's Mark Ramdeen. And Alfred.
He has to keep it. He has to keep it there, James.
Couldn't hold on. Back with the yellow shirts under pressure. And again, Isaiah Hudson this time comes to the rescue. Well, they're putting them under some pressure now, defense force. It's keeping possession in the half of the Deportivo Point Fortin team. Here's Lee. Some space and, well, got an A for effort. Z for execution. It's Sadu.
Starting to see gaps now in this Deportivo team, James.
Can go forward now to Mark Ramdeen. Second best there in that challenge. Hope he's done well to win it back. Here comes the defense force yet again. Finding more space now. Well cut out by Etienne. Ramdeen scored the beautiful goal in the last match for Point Fortin, but this time he's well intercepted. Quintero will have to hustle here. Ken Wesley, John and Cornwall combining.
Really put in a shift here tonight. That back four for Deportivo. Not only been solid, James, but they've certainly dictated the pace of this game for Deportivo. It's been the launch of everything that's been good for them.
Well, can there be more drama here for Point Fortin? Alfred, and well, I think a touch from a defense force player might have thrown him off. Seemed to be wrong-footed by the time it got to him. Well, those hugs are normally seen in boxing matches and usually signal tired men. Into the last minute of regulation time. Defense force looking for a late winner. Quariat aimed at Quintero, and a chance opening up for Sadu. And wow, just missed his mark, Justin Sadu. But how close was that? Marvin Phillips looked to be struggling to get across.
Well, we talked about it, and again I have to repeat it. Fatigue stepping in here. They're now starting to see the gaps and the spaces within the Deportivo team, and the discipline going out the window. As I said, they've really put in a shift here tonight. But for the sake of what they've done, you just hope that they, of course, don't shoot themselves in the foot and allow defense force to sneak home with a winner, because they've worked really hard and they're good value for this 1-1 score so far. But you can't help but think about the fatigue factor, which is really stepping in now as longer this game goes on.
Well, speaking about longer, they've got 4 minutes to hang on. Deportivo done well so far for the 90 minutes. Additional time can prove to be a test. Cornwall run himself into trouble, but
it's the fatigue factor, James. You harp on it, but it's so glaringly obvious. Not the same pristine performance we saw in the first half by Deportivo. Now the mistakes and the indiscipline, the decision making starting to, of course, go rare. And now they have a set piece to defend.
Well, Gonzalez aimed his sights on one of 6 yellow shirts in the area. Takes out a blue one. Does get a second bite of the cherry. It's Cooper. Oh, that's a good ball. Etienne, dominant as ever in the air. He clears the danger. CEEN defense force chasing. They've got a few moments to breathe. Can they hang on to this 1-all draw? Point Fortin. Defense force. And Mark Ramdeen might have put his shoulders there, making that interception.
It's a poor decision there by Cooper to try to stick that ball in there by Sadu. Ramdeen seems to be in a lot of pain there, grimacing. Certainly fall. This fall was very awkward. As we could see the faces and the body starting to build up here. As we look again, James, at this one, very late. Look at this fall here. On the shoulder. It's a poor decision there by Cooper to stick that ball in there.
Two Naparima men coming into a tangle. Sadu coming out the worst of them. I think not so much the tackle, but the fall rather.
I think the fall was very awkward. It's another graduate from the SSFL in Koryat. Just pictured before. As I was saying, James, the crowd starting to build. Certainly a tremendous atmosphere. Tense one here at the La Horquetta facilities.
Well, the good news is that Mark Ramdeen is back on his feet, assisted by the physiotherapist for Point Fortin. Was a good player himself, Kelvin Modest. Now moved on into physiotherapy. Seems that they will continue with 10 men for the moment. And, well, doesn't appear that he may be able to continue as they have to defend another set piece here.
That was some exceptional defending there by Garcia. Would have felt that Etienne would have snuck in there, but Garcia with the saving header. It's not over yet.
Well, will it be Point Fortin to steal something here at the death? Well, not this time. Cut out. And, well, the final whistle, perhaps a deserving whistle and one that both teams would have been anxious for. It leaves Deportivo 1, Defense Force 1, and a fair result, in my opinion, Brent Sancho.
Yes, certainly a fair result. From both teams' perspective, I think you have to give Deportivo a lot of credit. The feeling going into this one is where Defense Force, of course, would have played in the front foot, would have been the aggressor, but they nullified a lot of Defense Force strengths. Certainly the wide players of Moore and Brent Sam didn't have the type of joy we expected them to have in this fixture. And then in the middle of the park, with the likes, of course, of Pacheco, Hudson and Phillip, who worked tremendously well in shutting down everything positive for Defense Force. So there's a lot of positives coming out of this for Deportivo. For Defense Force, they would feel that they should have done a lot better. Certainly not their night tonight, and certainly not one of their better performances.
So coming up in just a bit, we've got La Horquetta FC versus Moruga FC. But the full-time score, Deportivo Point Fortin 1, Defense Force 1. So let's take a quick look at the highlights as we wrap up this match. And early highlights deflected Angie Pacheco's shot, certainly creating some early action in this match. Seesaw fixture, and Point Fortin with some more early attacking play. This time Riley setting up Phillip, and a team effort in the end. But they would get the breakthrough. A minute 12 Defense Force. Hashim Asier picking out Brent Sam at the back door to give them a 1-0 advantage. So Hashim Asier putting over a good service. Defense Force getting an unmarked head at the back door. But Point Fortin would respond well. Phillip, again at the heart of everything, creating one for Akinola Gregory. And Enel couldn't deal with the deflected shot. And that put the score level. And that's how they would remain at halftime. And that's how it remained for pretty much the end of the match. Another chance opening up here for Akinola Gregory. Touch not really creating the space for him, but he would put it on a platter for Phillip. And his deflected effort, easy for Big Art. So that was halftime. Second half created another kettle of fish. This time Brent Sam opening up an opportunity, not really getting past Cornwall. He was pretty much marked out of the match. And Isaiah Hudson creating the best chance perhaps of the second half, forcing Big Art into a wonderful save. Point Fortin really came alive here. Substitute Kessa, and the goalkeeper somehow getting a foot in the way of that one to keep scores 1-1. And then another substitute, benefiting from the Marvin Phillips service, Russell Alfred, 1v1, and running out of options and ideas at the same time. Point 14 keeping alive, Isaiah Garcia, Mark Ramdeen deflected, and score remaining 1. And was there one more chance for point 14? Well, goalkeeper Big Art ensured that he did his job. While some poor finishing also let down point 14. And then Justin Sadu with another one just wide of the mark for Marvin Phillips. And no goals going in as the score, after all the effort, ended up with Deportivo point 14-1 and the Defense Force 1. A deserved result in this match as both teams continue to try to progress in this competition. Of course, our Defense Force unbeaten in the competition. 2 draws for them and 1 win in their 3 matches, while point 14, they've managed to just pick up 2 points in 3 matches, 2 draws and a win. So we'll update you on the standings later on in this fixture. Don't forget, we're standing by waiting for the second fixture, but before that I've got Brent Sancho pitch side and he's got our man of the match.
With young Cornwall, man of the match. Tell us a little bit about the game, of course. Where do you think Deportivo went right in this football game?
We went right towards the game mentally, but we wasn't that physically ready for the game, but we'll prepare better for it next time.
Yes, certainly a man of the match performance. A back 4 of yourself, Wesley John, Etienne, and of course Garcia held solid. Some tricky performers there for Defense Force, but you held your own. Talk us through some of the moments of the game where you felt that you guys did very well.
Basically, we went very well by speaking to each other because it's Wesley John and Etienne, who senior men, and they speak from the back. They guide me through it, they guide us through it as well.
Well, again, congratulations on your man of the match performance as we toss it back up to James.
And that, of course, was Brent Sancho with our man of the match, Cornwall, and certainly an exceptional performance from the young man from Deportivo point 14. So that's the end of this first match. Deportivo point 14 1, Defense Force 1. When we come back, we've got the home team, La Horquetta Rangers. They're going to be coming up against Moruga.
Yeah, I can hear you. All right.
That's what I'm gonna do from now because you see that blue one fucking up. Yeah, it's fucking up. So we run in 3 from now. Well, the Spain, sorry, from now. Alright, because it seems to be good. You're not hearing nothing? The mic.
Foster, mute the mics, please.
And welcome to all of our viewers on CCN TV6 and viewing all across the Caribbean for this matchup between La Horquetta Terminix Rangers versus Moruga FC. La Horquetta, of course, in second position in the standings. They are on 4 points after a win and a draw in their previously 2 matches. Moruga FC, they're currently without any points at the bottom of the standings in 10th position. My name is James Saunders, alongside me Brent Sancho, and a cracker is expected, this team from Deep South coming up against the home team.
Well, it's very much a David versus Goliath episode here tonight in our second game in our Ascension Tournament. La Horquetta Rangers are certainly the favourites here in the Ascension Tournament, with a cadre of players that could be very explosive on any night given. And of course, the young boys of Moruga, a hotbed of football and producers of many national talent, a cross-section of both young and old in this team, James. And this, as I said, certainly a David versus Goliath episode.
Well, speaking of national talent, they are led by a former T&T national female footballer, Durnell Maskell, the only team led by a female coach in this competition. And they've got a cadre of young and upcoming talent, as well as some regular faces. Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, on the other hand, they've certainly pumped and packed with lots of talent. Of course, they've got big names, the likes of Atula Guerra. Of course, you can see in your picture Durnell Maskell, flanked by Kwashi. Started off as a sprinter, was a very good footballer for Princestown Secondary as well. And Rodfin Harris will lead the battery of referees in this match. And he will take charge. Of course, he has participated in CONCACAF action across the region. He's taken part in UEFA action, Rodfin Harris, the son of former Central Zone referee Harris as well. And so it's going to be an exciting fixture with Moruga ready and in the blue coming up against Terminix Rangers.
Yes, certainly. I think the game before this, Deportivo would have given inspiration to Moruga, as we see the teams are lined up here for the game. And if Moruga is to take a page out of what Deportivo did early on, they certainly would put La Horquetta under a bit of pressure.
Well, Terminix Rangers, as I spoke about with the explosive lineup, Russ Russell Jr., Javon Morris, and Leslie Russell. They keep their place in the defensive position. Captain Jamal Creighton wears the number 7. Junior Lee, after his performance in the last match, keeps his place in the starting lineup with the likes of Isaiah Lee, Kadeem Corbin, and Noah Tula Guerra in the starting lineup, together with Ikem Andrews and Tyrone Charles. They start on the bench. And for Moruga FC, Atiba Charles is in there, together with Donrick Maskell, the former Star Wars Strikers midfielder, Rodney Young, Tishon Dillion, and Tyrese Reefer would lead a team, together with the young Yatam Henry. Very young team from Moruga, and of course they are led in the dugout by former T&T female international Durnell Maskell. So we're getting set, we're ready for action as this ground is filling up nicely. Usually the atmosphere that we see in La Horquetta whenever the home team plays.
Yeah, an exciting atmosphere. See the cheerleaders, of course the rhythm section is about to strike up, and of course the crowd is swelling, anxious, anticipated to see the home team. As we mentioned, there's a lot of talent within that home team squad, certainly from an offensive perspective. When you look at the likes, of course, of Isaiah Lee, Corbin, and Junior Son.
I'll tell you what, they've certainly made their way. It's a big call from the coach of La Horquetta Rangers. He's left out Ikem Andrews, a Youth Caribbean Cup winner with Trinidad and Tobago, Atula Guerra, and he's left out some big names, Tyrone Charles, a senior international, and he's decided to play the youngsters who got him the result in their last match.
Yeah, blessed with the riches, aren't they? Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Riches of talent, that is.
So it's kickoff, Moruga in the blue and the black, and they will come up against the home team. It's their first match that they are playing here in La Horquetta, Moruga FC, yet without a point at the moment. They're certainly a team full of youth and exuberance, talent. So they've held on to possession well so far. Well, it's won by the home team, La Horquetta Rangers, and they would overlap to Russ Russell Jr. Good service inside. Well cut out in the end.
Well, if Moruga needed an introduction as to what type of game this would be, they've gotten it very early. Quick transition there by La Horquetta from defense to offense. And that's what they're all about. Quick transition team with elusive pace on the flanks and destructive strikers who love putting the ball into the back of the net.
Certainly got pace to burn. Jamal Creighton, the skipper, loses out. Can he get an attack going forward now? And this is too long. And will go out into touch. Will be a La Horquetta throw. Tyrese Reefer unable to get at the end of it. Here's Kadeem Corbin. Well cut out. Moruga on the attack now. But he's certainly been crowded out. Illegally so, says referee Rutfin Harris. Well, he doesn't seem to agree. And Rutfin Harris is just saying, keep calm, I'm in charge. So here's Donrick Maskell. He's in fact the older brother of the coach Donnell Maskell. And poor touch in the end from Rodney Young, concedes possession. Sturge playing it all the way back to Jevon Morris. Oh, that's not the best of balls, and Russ Russell Jr. had a lot of work to do getting around to clean up. It's Morris. It's been very solid at the center of defense for La Horquetta in the 2 matches they've played so far. Oh, that's a good touch though. Yes, Caleb Sturge with a good service in. Oh, not well handled. And, well, really had to get rid of that one, Kerwell Turner.
It's a nasty head injury there. You have to hope that both players are okay. The clash of the heads.
The players down, Leslie Russell for La Horquetta. And Tiba Charles for Moruga. Not the signs that you'd like to see inside the opening 4 minutes.
Yeah, it's not the way you'd like to see the game start, but you see the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers rhythm section starting to strike up the beat. But it's really a game here for La Horquetta Rangers where they have to find ways, of course, to pose themselves onto Moruga and make sure that they constantly put them on the back foot. They certainly have all the ability within their squad to do that. They're going to want to have to do that for 90 minutes. Also look there at the Moruga head coach. Standout footballer in Donnell Maskell for Trinidad and Tobago.
Top player Donnell Maskell.
Talk a lot about the youth within the squad, James. How good is it to have a player of her reputation, her stance, her ability, and of course her knowledge to be imparted into some of the young footballers in Moruga. Of course, the only female coach in this tournament. A testament to the young lady.
She was a part of the Trinidad and Tobago female team that came within a point of qualifying for first ever Women's World Cup. No, that's a foul. Here's Donrick Maskell, older brother of Donnell Maskell. Trying to build up from the back, Moruga.
Eventually going out to touch. That's what Moruga has to be mindful of. Of course, the threat of Rangers is very much apparent.
Well, here's one of those threats, Kadeem Corbin, getting the ball into a good area, well cut out.
He's got to clear it.
He's lost that one. And they've given away a goal early in the match, and well, just a bit of a switching off in terms of defending, and they've just like that given one away to Isaiah Lee, and the La Horquetta Rangers lead by 1-0.
You just have to wonder what the young defender was thinking there. Done everything right to eventually win the ball, and then done everything in his power to give it away. He had all the time in the world to clear it, and eventually he made a meal of it, and the ball ended up in the back of the net. Gets it here, does a good job, initially wins it. There's where he should have cleared it. And then he presents the ball back into play, and eventually it was in the back of the net. It's a strange one, James.
Yeah, just a bit of overplaying there from the defender.
But he had the time to clear it, and you have to wonder what's going through his mind.
Well, can the team from Deep South rebound? Found themselves trailing pretty early in this match. And a chance opening up here again for La Horquetta Rangers. And this time Turner does really well to get down and snuff out the danger. Here comes Moruga. Mascal. You think that if anything positive going forward for Moruga will go through the boots of the number 6. Here's Leslie Russell back on his feet after that head collision. Mascal. Well cut out by Isaiah Lee. Oh, that one goes into touch. A long ball aimed in at Corbin. Junior Asun helps this team win a throw that they take quickly. And it's a chance opening up here. He's dragged down, but he's back on his feet. And it's 2-0 to La Horquetta Rangers as they take advantage of yet another defensive lapse of Moruga. And it's the captain, Jamal Creighton, getting the second.
Well, the disappointment is clear on the faces of Moruga. The custodian there, Turner, not happy, but a lot of their undoing has been self-inflicted. With only less than 10 minutes in the game, as we take a look at it here, appeals for a penalty and sets it up. And that man, Creighton, the captain, after a turn by Corbin, smashes it into the back of the net. Pass young Curvel Turner, 2-0 to the Horquetta Rangers.
Well, it's a big blow to Moruga, trailing by 2 goals early in the match. Certainly not what the doctor would have ordered coming into this fixture. It's going to be a tough ask for this team to regain the composure. It's a young team, certainly a team full of talent. But they're coming up against a well-oiled machine in Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Well, he's not a happy man. Seen 2 goals fly past him so far. Well, this is a good looking chance for Moruga. Leslie Russell does well to clear the danger. And it will be a throw for Terminix Rangers. How big of a blow you think this is, Brent Sancho, early in the match to be trailing by 2 goals?
Well, it's not only going down to 2 goals, James. I think it's the type of goals they've conceded as well. It's very much self-inflicted. Something, of course, that you don't want to see when you have a young team, first of all, and you're coming up against an opposition that doesn't need help as it is. To give away those types of goals is not the way you want to start.
Well, here they come. Dick. Oh, that's a good one. And Creighton with another attempt to put his team forward. And what a save this time from Turner. But again, questionable defending from Moruga. Has the danger been cleared? Kadeem Corbin from distance. And too high. And, well, the score remains 2-0, thankfully, for Moruga.
Well, the Sharks are certainly swimming around, sniffing out blood. And Moruga has to find a way to get themselves through, of course, this period that they're in. Terminix certainly on the front foot here. Moruga has to at least try to put the game at least to a settled stage where they stop conceding.
Well, they've got time to build up from the back. They've struggled to find any space in the middle and final third of the field, Moruga. He's run into some difficulty there. And they're transitioning really quickly with Ross Russell Jr. He's got talent ahead of him. And another shot, and this time, well, it's way too vertical. Looks like Junior Asun that might have got his shot high. In fact, it's Kadeem Corbin with the final effort. High over the crossbar. He'll live to fight another day.
Well, he started the field, James, that every time this La Horquetta Rangers team attack, it may end in a goal. Moruga really have to find a way to stop La Horquetta advancing on them.
Well, that's a good challenge from Moruga. Can he keep hold of possession? Caleb Sturge has gone to ground, complaining of an elbow. Referee Harris saw nothing wrong. So it's a throw for Moruga. Can they claw their way back into this match? Long throw in and a header. Bit of a pushing and quite rightly called against them. I tell you what, not good signs. You have most senior and experienced player, Donrick Maskell, is sitting on the turf at the moment, holding on to his left calf. Not the signs that Moruga would hope to see. Dave Corman, on the other hand, despite his team's 2-goal advantage, doesn't look the most pleased. He's a man who expects high standards from his team. Well, they're just here to have fun.
Well, they've added a little bit of spice to the already spicy atmosphere.
Flavor. Well, that's not a good sign. Donrick Maskell, certainly one of the gems to come out of Moruga in terms of football talent. Played at Star Wolves Strikers before spending some time abroad. And has he ended his night on a stretcher? Certainly not something that the Moruga fans would be happy to see. What about him? He's happy. Nuts Landing, the popular nuts vendor, known all over the Caribbean for his antics. And a change has been made for Moruga. So it is Ephraim that comes in. Ephraim Barclay, or Ephraim Brong rather, comes in. And he has replaced Donrick Maskell.
Well, it's really all hands on deck here for Moruga as they try to stymie the flow of La Horquetta Rangers attacks.
It's a corner to the team in red. Just pouring numbers forward, and the header not well dealt with by the defense, but they get it away now. And here comes Moruga in transition, hoping to break down the left. Oh, that's a good ball on the inside. And a chance opening up. Moruga are on the score sheet. And it's Atiba Charles who does the business for Moruga FC and the team from deep south in Trinidad. Well, they are happy, and so too is their coach.
Well, I tell you, James, we're looking at the possibility of a big scoreline by Rangers, and just like that, the boys of Moruga turned the tide. Good through ball there. Leads on, and that's a top finish there by Atiba Charles. Didn't need an invitation to smack that one into the back of the net. And boy, our friend Bryce there in goal for Terminix must be wondering, what's went wrong?
I tell you what, do you believe in luck and lucky charms? Well, number 17 scoring in the 17th minute. That might mean something to someone somewhere. Well, I tell you what, on the other end though, for Junior Asun, it means that he gets a chance to put his name on the score sheet. And, well, Kadeem Corwin seems to be taking the plaudits as Terminix La Horquetta Rangers have gone 3-1 up. Just as the joy erupted on one end, on the other, there was an explosion of sorts as Terminix Rangers got a goal of themselves, and it's Kadeem Corbin.
Well, we were all singing the plaudits of Moruga, the possibility of a comeback here. But Corbin had other things in mind. Delivery comes in. Wasn't that man Corbin?
It is Asun. Asun Corbin started the move.
Corbin started the move.
And Junior Asun
finish. Good first touch there, James. Gets it out of his feet. Tucks it into the net with power. Nothing young Curvel Turner in goal could do but pick it up out of the back of the net. 3-1 to Rangers.
Is coming yet again. Happy feet looking at the back door for Sturge.
This could be trouble.
Could fall nicely for Creighton, but the whistle goes, and well, Moruga get an opportunity to breathe. Can they pick themselves up? Moruga, they've lost their main man, and they've lost 3 goals already in this fixture. Can the folks in St. Mary's, Kachip, Bastille, La Lune, Grand Chimere rally and send some energy to their troops? Cut out. Here's Javon Morris, nephew of former strike squad captain Clayton Morris. Sturge looking for Corbin. Morris lunging challenge. But he does well to hold on to possession for his team. Rodney Young. And it's given away straight to Bryce. But there's no breaks in this match. It's backs and forwards, Brent Sancho.
Tell you what, from a viewer's perspective, they're thoroughly enjoying this one. But from the coaches, I'm sure they're probably tearing their hair out. It's really been entering action.
Oh, that's a good run. It's gone to ground. Appeal, nothing given. This one aimed in. Oh, he's done well, hasn't he? Creating some room for himself. Russell Jr., always keen to overlap. And he's found his man here. Oh, he just couldn't pin the donkey steal. But how close was that?
Again, good transitional play there by La Horquetta Rangers. Service across the box. Eventually, it skips through. And a shot on goal there. I think the first touch was didn't really set up for the shot, which meant a second touch. And eventually the shot pulling just wide.
Maurice Dick just couldn't get his coordinates on point. But Russell Jr. certainly finding joy down the left-hand side together with Junior Asun. Asun, of course, came in as a substitute in the last match, and oh boy, did he have fun. And to think that the likes of Real Gill, who was the star performer from their last matches on the bench, Atula Guerra, Tyrone Charles, Ike Manjus. Scary to think what the possibilities are, as Horquetta Rangers are certainly putting their footprints down as one of the firm favorites in this competition.
Yeah, and when you talk about the depth and the riches of talent that they have, you would have to suggest that way, James. And they looked a well-drilled, well-compact team that understands their strengths, one of which is playing in transition.
Well, it's a free kick, and Moruga will go in search of some success. It is the part of Trinidad and Tobago where Christopher Columbus is presumed to have landed, settled. Can they launch an exploration of their own? All this time, no luck. And it will be a Horquetta goal kick. But they've certainly got to feel it for Moruga at the moment. Clearly a talented bunch, a young bunch. I remember speaking with the manager, Eric Gill. He was talking about the lack of preparation in building a team. So it will take a while for Dernal Maskell to get her troops going.
And it's these types of encounter, James, it's really built character. It's a learning experience for the young men from Moruga. They're coming up against a lot of current national team players and even the former national youth team players in the Terminix Horquetta Rangers team.
It's a community. It's in fact my home community, Moruga. Grew up in St. Mary's Village, and a community that has produced several football and sport standouts and icons. Immediately you think of West Indies women's captain Marissa Aguilera. You think of the Moruga coach Dernal Maskell, having come from that community. Clifton Gomez back in your day would have come from Moruga as well. Blacksmith, as they call him.
Certainly a region rich in history. He's a formidable opponent in the National League game. There goes injured captain Maskell.
Yeah, that man certainly one of the best to come out of Moruga as well. Very talented youth player. So it is a tough mountain for Moruga, but being a people of culturally, the American history in Trinidad and Tobago, the American history going back to the slave trade as well. So they're resilient people in Moruga, but they've got to defend here. Heavy challenge, no whistle. Oh, this could be a chance here, opening up for Moruga. They like to transition quickly, but that one is cut out.
I think if they could tighten things up structurally, defensively, James, they do give themselves a good bit of possibilities going forward. One like this in transition.
Or can they get something going forward? It was from a chance like this that they scored the opening goal. Speeds to cross. Oh, not a very good service, but they do keep possession.
It's a poor ball.
Well, they'll have to defend here as Kadeem Corbin charges forward. But he's gone to ground, no whistle. Referee Harris, I think he saw nothing wrong with the challenge as Moruga come forward, but this one is way too long in the end for Rajon King Allen, the substitute. Here's Caleb Sturge. Isaiah Lee, cut out. Russ Russell Jr. Oh, that's a good ball forward, and it's a foul. Kadeem Corbin is the man gone down. He was in fact the MVP of the Caribbean tournament, won by Trinidad and Tobago's national under-20 team in 2014. Such a promising youth career, Kadeem Corbin, one of the highly touted young strikers. Hasn't really fulfilled his full potential at senior level, but he certainly is one of the best young talents coming out. Still got a long way ahead of him, just around 24 years old.
And you would hope in a tournament like this, James, he could start, of course, building on that possibility, on that talent, and that potential, and go on to bigger and brighter things.
Well, here's Junior Asun with the free kick.
Ball.
Oh, and that's a good one, and good save from Turner. And, well, Turner did well. He had to save the follow-up, even though the captain, Creighton, might have been in an offside position.
Not sure he knew much about the first one, the first attempt. But he did well to make sure he stayed out the net. It wouldn't have counted anyway, but I'm sure for the young custodian, it would have given him a little lift in confidence.
I'll tell you what, I'm sure folks sitting in Marak Village looking on won't mind. Don't mind how he stops them, once he stops them. Turner, of course, he's a very accomplished... I was talking to his assistant coach, Desmond Bailey, and he's telling me that he was a striker. He would enjoy seeing Turner play as a striker. He's a Jorge Campos type player. He's good at both ends of the pitch. Reminds me of myself. But
as long as he doesn't finish like you, James.
Well, he'd be much better for himself if he doesn't.
That's wasteful.
Yeah.
That is wasteful.
Nowhere near the target. And when opportunities are limited going forward, certainly want to make the best of the ones that you do get. Here's Asun. Looking for options. Finds Lee. Oh, that's good from Lee.
It's a good ball.
Paul couldn't find Corbin, but Russ Russell Jr. keeps it alive. Here's Asun. Oh, he sent his man for drinks and deflected. One back well. Joel Russell to Russ Russell Jr. And, well, that one is scrambled away as Junior Asun runs into some traffic. Young Yatam getting in on the action. It's a young man I saw grew up, played for St. Benedict's College. Here's Bryce. Oh, that's
boy.
Just giving away Bryce, and it's opening up a chance for Moruga. And they get a second. Moruga FC are still alive in this competition. And they've gotten a gift, but they've said thank you, and they've made it 3-2.
Well, well, well. When you talk about a game with unexpected turns and twists, this game certainly has it. Mistake there by Bryce, and nothing but the simplest of tasks by young Carter. Not sure what Bryce was trying to do there, trying to play out of the back. Was very indecisive in his decision. And Carter said thank you very much on behalf of all of us in Moruga.
Well, I tell you what, no matter what part of the country you come from, the polite thing is to say thanks to gifts, don't decline them. And just as we saw Edward Mendy concede one to Karim Benzema in the Champions League this week, young Bryce giving an opportunity to Moruga FC, and they're back in the contest. But it could be danger lurking here. And, well, that is Excellent defending yet again. Stephen Richardson rather.
Yeah, he done well to come across Corbin there and clear the danger. You just have to wonder whether or not Moruga could keep La Horquetta Rangers out. They might find them chance. They might find themselves with another chance or another gift.
Well, this time Bryce does his job well.
He doesn't look sure, James. He doesn't look sure.
I tell you what, as a goalkeeper, sometimes one bad moment in a game can wreck your confidence. Here's Lee. That's a lunging challenge.
He's a lucky boy.
Rodford Harris, well, he certainly enjoyed the challenge because there was no whistle. Cut out. They should run away. But I tell you what I like about Carter, he's certainly keeping the defenders honest. He's not giving them any easy ones to run out. He's chasing behind everything. And he looks like he's got energy to burn.
Well, interestingly enough, James, when Terminix La Horquetta Rangers attack, they do push with their fullbacks quite high up the park in Caleb and Russell Jr., which gives a situation of almost a 2v2 with the likes of Carter and, of course, that man Atiba Charles left behind there with two defenders from Rangers. And from a transitional point of view, if Rangers were to lose possession in any of these areas, then the runners are on. And they're not afraid to turn the tanks on. It's an interesting dynamic that's evolved one or two times, and on both occasions, we've seen a goal coming out of it.
Well, Yatam keeping Ross Russell honest, but he will have an opportunity to take this set piece. Well, they're piling bodies forward. This one is long, looking for Creighton, gets a head on it, and it's deflected for a corner. Not sure that he knew much about where he put that one, but he did put it out of danger. Jamali Barkley.
Certainly could have gone anywhere.
Been forced to defend again. It's Kadeem Corbin on corner duties this time around. This one aimed in at the first post, deflected, eventually cleared, high into the air. Danger still alive. Ross Russell Jr. will up for the goalkeeper, who hasn't looked very convincing this evening, Jabari Bryce. Usually a very confident goalkeeper. Well, Isaiah Lee. Well, he's gone down to a Bruce Lee type challenge, and referee Harris saw nothing wrong yet again. Sure, he'll have a different version of that event.
It's a very, very rugged challenge there. Getting both man and ball. I think more man than ball, for us to be quite honest, James. As much of a enjoyer of the tough tackle. Sometimes there's a thing called too tough.
Well, there's Dick, and that one is deflected. Does win a throw. I'll tell you what, I played with referee Harris back in the days of Doxky Wallace and Arima Fire. And was a tough tackling centre-back himself, the referee for this match. Rodfin Harris. So I'm not surprised that he's allowing a few to fly in.
Part of his DNA, I presume.
Is Sturge. Tried to get Corbin in. It's cut out. Lee keeps it alive. Puts it away. It's Carter. Loses that tussle with Javon Morris. Ross Russell Jr. Oh, he's gone in search of Asun, who's sprung to Corbin. Oh, neat step over.
Very,
possession.
very unconventional, I must say.
Well, they've lost it in a bad area. And a chance could open up here, and that's a good save from Turner. Just turned it quite literally around the post. And out of nothing, just one giveaway in a bad area, and Isaiah Lee was almost in.
That was a very good save there by Turner.
Well, you have to defend again. And not for the second or third time, La Horquetta, they have gotten at the end of those crosses, but they haven't really made Moruga pay. Well, this one could bounce awkwardly, but Bryce stands tall. It's Caleb Sturge. Looking for Corbin. Headed away. Oh, that's Carter. Tried to bring the party tricks to La Horquetta. Javon Morris was having none of it. Oh, I'll tell you what. He showed some fleet-footedness there, dancing with the stars, Javon Morris.
As a part of the Defenders Union, I'm not sure that's part of our playbook, James. A lot of step-over tricks.
All's well that ends well. And, well, certainly lunged in there and has won the tackle, Maurice Dick. So Coach Dave Quamina opting for some of the younger players, and certainly brought lots of energy, but it's still an open match with regards to the scoreline. As this one is floated in at the back post, and Turner again gets there, but he can't follow up on the second attempt. And Isaiah Lee, he's been huffing and puffing, and he's finally blown the door down as he's given Terminix La Horquetta Rangers a 4-2 advantage over Moruga.
When the ball got into the box, you started to wonder whether or not Moruga would be able to clear their lines. A probing long one there by Corbin with his left foot. And just everything that could have gone wrong for Moruga defensively went wrong. And of course, Isaiah Lee didn't need a second invitation. There's the shot that was turned around the post there initially before. But the goal, of course, you'd have to suggest, James, it's a well-deserved one for La Horquetta Rangers.
Did speak about the crosses into the area, finding red shirts one time too often, and you only miss a few times before you eventually hit the target. And unfortunately for Moruga, it's one of the times that Terminix did find the target. How will they respond? That's good footwork. Looking to pick out Yatam. No luck. It's Creighton. Sturge. Looking for the goal scorer Lee. Well, Lee's been having a very good game. Not one of his best moments there, but certainly has been finding lots of joy coming down the right side.
Well, there certainly has to be not only an air of confidence, but an air of belief within this La Horquetta Rangers team that every time they attack, they will score. And more as this game goes on, you have to wonder how Moruga is going to continue to approach this. At some point, they're going to have to close the doors, James, and down the hatches. Maybe go into a more, of course, defensive shape to make sure that it doesn't go from a football score to a cricket score.
Well, apart from their defensive struggles, they have struggled in transitioning from defense into attack, creating quality chances for the attackers. Something that Mascal will have to work on with these boys in the coming few weeks.
But they haven't backed down, James, and that's important. When you talk about a team with a cadre of young players, a lot of inexperience in and around, they certainly haven't backed down, and they certainly haven't looked out of place. They scored 2 goals.
Yeah, they certainly have. Oh, that's a
Could be
good
trouble.
give and
That's
go.
good football.
Ross Russell Jr. is in. He likes to go forward. And wow, he likes to hit the mark when he goes forward, but this time, that one was deflected. Not sure if the goalkeeper got the final touch, but it's a corner that's taken quickly. But he certainly loves going forward. Ross Russell Jr., of course, the son of former T&T goalkeeper Russ Russell Sr. has made a handful of caps for the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Russ Russell Jr. is part of the Gold Cup squad. Well, this one is flicked in at the back door, and well, came pretty close to finding the mark. Just couldn't pin the tail there, Leslie Russell. So the centre back getting in on the action. As he run into trouble, he's done well to open up some space. So a nice combination of passes. Ends with Moruga losing it and forced to work hard to win it back. Turner. Anybody's ball here. Run out of options.
That's a crunching tackle there, James.
Well, they're certainly not afraid to go in. Good looking cross, and well, Turner, can he hold on? Hasn't held on for long. Chance still opening up here. Oh, and it's done well to get the save this time around, Turner. And well, he's not Clark Kent, but he's been turned into Superman.
Talking about making amends of your error, that's that man Turner.
All taken quickly. Here's Kadeem Corbin. And it's knocked down pinball, and Turner gets down yet again. And well, Turner is certainly having a good day. That's a good sign for Moruga that he is having a good day.
Well, the score is at 4-2, and he is having a good day. Tells you the story so far, but
Silver lining behind every dark cloud.
certainly, as I said, this young Moruga team has not backed down once. They've not flinched. They've not pulled themselves out of any challenge.
Oh, here's Ross Russell Jr. And again, Turner denies him. Oh, goodness me. Well, Ross Russell Jr. would have grown up seeing his father in action with saves like that. And tonight, wow, Turner certainly has his name written on a piece of paper somewhere.
Well, here's Ross Russell Jr. getting through, smashing a left foot. Turner with the leg save. And again, for good measure, to keep Ross Russell Jr. off the score sheet. Well, on this occasion.
So yeah, just about completed. First half regulation time. 2 minutes have been added. Can Moruga add to their goal scoring tally?
That's a poor pass.
Well, not on this occasion. Way too long for Atiba Charles. Jamal Creighton. Oh, that's a good run again. This time from Alsoon. And Alsoon, he nails it this time around, and there's nothing that has on the score sheet, and Terminix have made it 5-2 against Moruga FC.
Well, as much as Turner has been a hero for Moruga in this half, he certainly couldn't stop the former Shiva boy standout in Junior Alsoon from putting the ball into the back of the net. A good ball there by Creighton, finding the slicing Alsoon, who takes no prisoners and putting that ball into the back of the net. Good inward run, takes a touch and just lifts it over the sprawling Turner to make it 5 goals to the Horquetta Rangers. with 1 minute left in time to play. A lot to discuss there for Coach Daniel Maskell and her charges at halftime.
Well, could there be some late drama here for Moruga? Well, broken up, and wow, that's a 2-for-1 special. Took out the player with the ball and his own player as well there with that tackle. And of course, that tackle coming from Ephraim Brown. Came in as a substitute for Donrick Maskell. Chances opening up here, and Lee, and a
Good save.
Well, you can call him Gibraltar because he's been a rock for Moruga FC. And well, that whistle certainly brings a sigh of relief for that man in your picture, as it's a chance for a break. And Terminix Lockett Rangers, they lead by 5-2. This is Moruga.
Well, when you look at this one and the boys in blue, as we see Coach Kwamina of Rangers strolling across the park, but the boys in blue for Moruga, they're going to have to figure out a way to protect this man, although he has held his own quite well so far in this half, despite conceding 5 goals in this half, as the spectators have been absolutely thrilled with 7 goals. To the good, well, 7 goals in total between the two teams, and 5 goals for Rangers and 2 for Moruga. A one-sided half, but not in the context of things, James, as it relates to entertainment, as it relates to Moruga certainly playing their part in this one. A young team still trying to find their own, but they haven't backed down and they have shown some spirit within it. Certainly would feel that the quality and the ability is not at the level of Rangers, but they haven't backed down.
Yep, certainly, and well, the score tells the picture, 5-2, Terminix versus Moruga. We take a break and we come back with highlights and second half action. Well, it's a festive atmosphere here at the Larkers Recreation Ground. Certainly for the home team, who lead by 5-2 versus Moruga FC. Let's take a look at some of the first half highlights. First half that produced 7 goals in total. And La Horquetta Rangers getting the first of them early. Isaiah Lee, error by the defender, swiveling away and getting the opening goal of the match. And that put the home team ahead 1-0 early in the contest. Nothing Turner could do about that one, as the home team took that advantage. And then later on, Kadeem Corbin pulled down, stayed on his feet, and the captain Jamal Creighton right on the spot to pin the donkey's tail. And that put La Horquetta Rangers 2 goals up. Russell Jr. will get in on the act later on. And again, this time Corbin from close range feeling to hit the target. And then Moruga would strike, getting on the score sheet. And Atiba Charles putting away that one. And they made it 2-1 right back in the contest. But the home team always on the prowl. And this time, Junior Asun getting a start and pounding his right foot shot past Turner. And that would make it 3-1. More from La Horquetta Rangers. Russell Jr. And this time, finding Maurice Dick. Couldn't get his coordinates on point this time. And then Jabari Bryce with what can be described as a poor giveaway. Gifting one to Carter. And well, he's a polite boy. He says, thank you very much. And he would make the match 3-2. A close contest. And certainly producing lots of tension. A gift for any striker of that quality. And certainly something the fans back in Moruga would have enjoyed. But then, La Horquetta Rangers came knocking yet again. Isaiah Lee huffing and puffing. And Turner pushing that one around the post. And this time, denied on the first attempt, but in the second, he would not be denied. And that's where they started pulling away, as that strike made it 4-2 to Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. And then Russell Jr. getting forward, testing Turner. Perhaps the best moment of the match, the double save from the Moruga goalkeeper. And Junior Asun later on would show him just how it's done. The through ball from the captain Jamal Creighton, and easily slipping this one past Turner. And that's how the score would remain at halftime, as it remained 5-2 in favor of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. Well, we did have an opportunity to speak to the manager of Moruga FC, Eric Gibbs, and he said that the pandemic certainly put a dent into their sports, including Moruga FC, who junior and senior team were looking forward to promotion in the SSFL and Super League respectively. Here's what manager Gibbs had to say.
For our club, the return to competitive football is a welcome move. We were at the cusp of some greatness before the lockdown. Our school team, Moruga Secondary, they were promoted to the Premiership, and those boys never got a chance to play. They have since graduated. Our senior team, we had won the T&T FA Champ of Champs, hoping to be promoted to the Super League, and that never materialized either. So for us, this opportunity is really a reprieve, and we look forward and we welcome it with open arms. Well, we are confident. We have a very dynamic coaching staff. We have our trainers. We know that most of the boys would have been away from, a high level of football, but thankfully, in the various communities, the various villages, all of them would have had little, stints of doing their workout on their private ground. So they have come to us, not at a ground zero level, but we have assessed their fitness thus far, and it's workable. They're competitive.
And of course was Moruga FC manager Eric Gibbs. Well, right back winger Johan Ruplal and vice captain Jeremy Ignacio are part of the youth and senior players of the South Side. Among their goals is competitive experience on the pitch.
The training sessions and the vibe, it was really beautiful to come out after 2 years of quarantine. The team coming together as a community was a good thing coming out, helping the youths them come out, helping for me as a junior to play the senior team and have something to do on the weekend. After our first match, it was nice to see that the team was coming together. We had a team, we had a brotherhood, and we always upraise everyone playing style, everybody has a connection, so that we'll play all right in this tournament coming up. Success for us is winning the tournament. Other than winning the tournament, creating a connection with people from our community, creating a connection with the environment to serve supporters and Our goal for us is just to really come out as a team and show that where we're from and represent where we come from. Personally, to me, it will show that I'm a youth playing with a senior team, and that I'm coming out and I'm just willing to show my talent and reach where I have to be.
We have a young bunch of guys. So the youth, we have incorporated it into the team, as well as we have a few senior players that they are grounding up on the team to help the team mesh. Well, success to me will be just to play football again after 2 years.
We just heard from Moruga FC. Johan Rupal will be certainly hoping for his opportunity to be in the lineup for the next match, forced to miss out in this contest. But what I enjoyed about looking at the Moruga team, I'm seeing a full community involvement in the team. I'm seeing some ex-players that would have been from the Moruga Princeton region. Marlon Stout, in fact, helping out in the training. Desmond Bailey, Eric Gill, Donnell Maskell. And it certainly, you know, that community spirit, each combining a gallop, as they called it back in the day, coming together to put together this team.
And exactly what you want for a community that's so rich and with talent. We've been blessed throughout the years with footballing ability and has certainly impacted the football scene historically in Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to what they've been able to do. And it's certainly something that we would want to see continue along with this Moruga team.
Well, we certainly would hope to see more action, and one that Moruga can get competitively involved in as we take a break and come back with second half action. Welcome back to the Horquetta Recreation Ground Ascension Football Tournament action. La Horquetta Terminix Rangers lead by 5 goals to 2 against the away team, Moruga FC. Dave Quamina, head coach of Terminix Locator Rangers, the happier of the managers at halftime. What do you think he might have said to his charges, Brent Sancho, as we get set to welcome the teams back on the field?
As much as the scoreline would indicate that, of course, they're doing quite well, I think that we would have seen moments within the first half that may provide a bit of a scare for Coach Quamina, particularly in the transition, particularly when we saw the likes of Atiba Charles and Jeremy Carter getting on the end of clearances and, of course, putting themselves in on goal on one or two occasions. So if he can, of course, rectify that and continue on with the goal-scoring action, certainly Quamina would be a happy man.
Well, you've got to feel it's damage control as some changes are being made to both teams. Moruga FC, they have made one change, and Ikem Andrews comes in for Terminix Locator Rangers together with Atula Guerra, as there are two changes in the match. Well, it's certainly a spoil for riches when you can make changes like that. So Ikem Andrews and Atula Guerra, both T&T internationals, coming off your bench to start the second half. So 3 changes made for Terminix Locator Rangers. Their goalkeeper, Jabari Bryce, has also been substituted. And the reserve goalkeeper, Jabari Saint-Hilaire, another youth standout, has come in for them. And the one change for Moruga FC will tell you exactly who came out. Tishon Roberts is the player coming in. So an extra midfielder has been sent in. And Akini Larode, a defender, has been taken out. So Dinon Maskell opting for an extra midfielder, taking out a defender.
Well, you did ask me how Quamina felt, and I think those changes would certainly have some say with what he would have said half-time. Despite being up by 5 goals to 2, he's opted to make 3 changes at the half.
Well, he's a big fan of making bountiful changes. So last game he made 4 halftime changes. Terminix Rangers already on the hunt for more goals. Just wonder what the team talk for Moruga might have been at halftime.
Well, they certainly have to be a little bit more resolute, James. They have to be a lot more compact. And of course, from a transitional point of view, they also have to be wary of that. And the strengths of Rangers, clearly it's down the flanks. And they have to be able to make sure that that doesn't happen.
So, chance opening up Atula Guerra, and what a save that was. But it's, well, more of the same as the second half continues the way it ended, with Terminix Locator Rangers getting on the score sheet, and it's Isaiah Hudson. I believe that's his hat trick, getting his 3rd goal of the match in the 46th minute.
It was a strange one at best. I was just talking about staying compact and resolute. And there goes my halftime talk.
Wonder how the coach must feel after you've poured your heart out at halftime and 1 minute in.
Well, when you look at it here, it was a bountiful of errors and mistakes. And for all the good work that Turner have done in the first half.
Well, you have to be careful here as Ikem Andrews lets go a scorcher. And, well, Turner had to get jiggy to keep that one out, and that's exactly what he did. Well, he's certainly holding up his end of the bargain. Ikem Andrews coming off the bench. Was a part of that Caribbean team. You hear me speaking, making reference of it so many times, but quite a few players at the senior level now coming out of that team to win the Caribbean Cup. Asun. This corner couldn't get past the ankle of the first man. Chance for Moruga to clear. Long ball looking for Carter. Here's Russ Russell Jr. looking for Atula Guerra, who gets in behind. And, well, that's excellent defending to keep the Trini Ronaldinho at bay. It's his YouTube nickname.
And rightfully so. He's a player that needs no introduction, James. Certainly blessed with unbelievable talent. You would hope, from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, and of course for Ascension League perspective, that he really gets back into that kind of form.
More chances opening up. Ikem Andrews, well, didn't get his measurement as he anticipated. No, he just came on, but he's holding on to that left hamstring, and that's worrisome. He's only just made his way onto the field, Ikem Andrews. Oh, that's a good bit of control, but giving away, but he's won it back well. Foot race could be on with Javon Morris, but experience wins out in that battle. And, well, he certainly tried to give Javon Morris a run for his money at Atiba Charles. But the big guy, well, shows why he's a heavyweight. It's a throw for Moruga. Oh, that's a good take there. Chances opening up here. Can he get around this man? He has done enough to win a corner. So it will be a corner now. Won by Rajon King Allen. It's one of two brothers playing on this team. Of course, he's also the brother of Yatam Henry. Both the nephews of a former Princeton star, affectionately known as Tiggy. Oh, he's dropped that once into there. Chance opening up for Moruga. And, well, the flag goes up. And everybody in a red shirt would be happy to see that. Jabari St. Hilaire did himself no favors there with that grab and miss.
Once it came in, he was always at 6 and 7s, and it looks like a lot of his damage was done by his own teammates.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly not the type of introduction he would have wanted into this fixture.
200 plus pounds coming down on you. And did well to get back on his feet. Well, here's Allen. Does look lively at the point of attack for Moruga. Certainly more involved than the first half. Allen, oh, that's a good ball inside to Carter. Oh, touch just took it away from him. On a chance now. And well, Moruga certainly banging on the door. They want to be let in. Just this time, missing the mark, but coming very close, the substitute.
It was a good delivery into the box. A bit of shake and bake, as they call it. Puts it into the box. Good touch there. And eventually the ball just never sat. The ball eventually going over the bar. And that's the unexpectancy, the pluckiness of Moruga at times. As much as the scoreline is 6 goals to 2, I tell you, James, I wouldn't bet my house against Moruga scoring another goal.
Certainly not. Well, it's a battle for this one. And a battle that Maurice Dick, he's a Moruga boy himself, Maurice Dick. Grew up in La Lune Village. That's as deep in Moruga as you can get. La Lune Village. Fishing village on the coast, southern coastline. He knows these players pretty well. Here's Guerra. Incisive pass. And a shot away. And how often have we seen that from the goalkeeper? Well, he's certainly digging them out better than one of those wake singers.
It was a good ball across the face of the box. A good strike there by the captain, Creighton. And again, Turner getting that hand to it very late.
Now, I'll tell you what the irony of all that is. After Junior Asun, a man from Gasparillo lines up this corner. Thing is, Turner is in fact the 3rd or 4th choice goalkeeper in this Moruga squad. Ross Russell Jr. to deliver a good service in, and Paul Turner is there, and he looks as safe as Central Bank.
Well, I'd want to suggest, James, that he would certainly be moving up the pecking order now.
He's better known as a outfield player, Turner. Of course, Moruga producing lots of good goalkeepers. Alexi Julian comes to mind. He's currently unavailable. They've got his older brother injured out at the moment, but chances opening up here.
So I tell you what, it's good defending at the end there by Javon Morris, and this is where Moruga needs to be alert, where they of course have to avoid anything escaping the clutches of their back four. They've done a lot better in terms of that so far. Still early doors in this half.
Oh, they're opening up the red shirts now, parting the Red Sea. Here is the substitute looking for a chance to shoot, and well cut out by Ross Russell Jr. Is Guerra. Options. Has a neat way of making space for himself, Guerra. Here's Kadeem Corbin. Oh, that's a good touch there. Given back to Terminix Rangers, and well, they've certainly found a different Moruga to the one they met in the first half. A red shirt. Asun. Looking for space, finds Guerra, and that shot is deflected. And not sure, well, not sure it came off of last, but looked destined to find the top corner.
Well, I thought he did everything correct there, except the execution on the shot. It's something where, well, something that he's very good in, which is his execution. Everything else was done almost to perfection. He'd be very disappointed with that one.
It's given away cheaply. Guerra certainly been very involved since coming on. And a shot from Creighton that, well, your magnetic poles wide of the goal. That might explain it. Came nowhere close to the target. I'll tell you what, if I know anything about La Horquetta coach Dave Quamina, I can tell you he's not happy. And all the signals that we're seeing at the sideline seem to suggest that. He's called for reinforcements. Tyrone Charles, the T&T international, has been summoned. Might be making an entrance very soon. Ikem Andrews. Challenged heavily by Yatam. Has that been kept in? Corbin seems to think so. The assistant agrees. And a shot opening up, and Turner couldn't get anywhere near that scorcher. And what a goal that was from Isaiah Lee, who's just scored his 4th goal of the match, and the first player in the Ascension Tournament to score 4 goals.
Well, Moruga certainly the architect of their own demise here this afternoon. Corbin plays it across. There's Isaiah. That's a good strike. As much as Turner has been a man in form tonight, he couldn't keep that one out to the back of the net. Good play by Corbin. He was able to keep that one alive, and of course put it across Isaiah, who eventually buries it in the back of the net. 7-2. And James, you have to wonder, where's this scoreline going?
Well, I'd love to see that play from the challenge with Corbin on the line, because the defender certainly thought that he did enough to keep it in. Handball from Guerra.
Well, this is really stick or twist time here now for Moruga. They're down 7 goals to 2. And And at some point, they're going to have to try and stop the bleeding. James, they're going to have to try and close shop. And of course, avoid the Horquetta Rangers scoring at will. They have to find a way to do that. They can't continue to carry along the way that they are and throwing numbers forward and not being a bit more compact, not being, of course, a bit more resolute in their defending. Because if they don't, James, you tend to wonder, where's this scoreline going to end up?
Well, Russ Russell Jr. is certainly going to be asking questions about that. Here's Isaiah Lee. Russ Russell at the back door. Turner can't hold on. And wow, has he held on? Well, he hasn't. And Ike Andrews gets his first since coming on. And well, Brent Sanchez have been asking questions. They've been answered at the moment. Ike Andrews scores the 8th goal for Terminix Horquetta Rangers.
Well, there's a lot of gesticulation there by the Moruga charges, probably sensing that something illegal was done. Clipboard there by Russell, missed by Turner. Captain Creighton was on the floor. And of course, eventually Andrews tucks it in. Looked like a pinball machine at one point there, but certainly not an illegal. 8 goals to 2, Rangers in front, and they're having a feast here tonight, James.
Well, they've certainly come to the table, belly in hand, as they say. Here's Corbin. He's been very mobile today. So too this guy, Russ Russell Jr. Creighton gets it to Russell, and this time he gets it in with some help from the defender. The final touch might have come off Yatam Henry, but I think Russ Russell Jr. is going to claim that goal. Well, the fans are certainly happy for him.
Well, again, just too easy for Rangers, James. And as I suggest, at some point Moruga is going to have to keep numbers behind the ball, try to be solid and not give up goals so easily.
But I tell you what, it's 9-0 on the hour mark, 9-2 rather on the hour mark. And more changes are afoot for Moruga. Defender Carl Spencer is set to come in, and that is Jamali Barkley that you just saw make his way onto the field. So Jamali Barkley has gone on for the forward Carter, one of the goal scorers for Moruga. And another defender, Carl Spencer, will soon have his turn on the field. So Barkley has been sent up as the attacker, and Spencer will replace this man. Well, I think it goes without saying that it certainly was a rough evening for Moruga.
Well, I think from a structural perspective and a tactical approach perspective, I'm still looking at Moruga's shape, and they're still looking like a team that's trying to push numbers forward. And as I said, James, in a situation like this, when you're 9 goals to 2, you have to put in 2 banks of 4, play very compact and tight, tuck numbers in, get players behind the football, and become very difficult to break down. It's, I think the horses already bolted the stable as it relates to the result for Moruga, but it certainly doesn't mean that their tactical discipline goes out the window. And this is where, of course, they're going to have to start pushing up numbers behind the football to not allow Rangers the kind of joy we've seen they've had so far in this game, and defend a lot deeper.
Oh, Russell trying to exploit spaces, and Ike Andrews found some that maybe is touched too heavy for Dick. And the Moruga boy deciding not to run behind that one. He's seen enough going against his home team.
A bit of patriotism.
I wonder what's going through her mind at the moment.
Well, it's a tough afternoon for her, really. And you would want to think that within her halftime talk, there would have been a great amount of conversation about not allowing Rangers to score as easily, making sure they're a little bit more disciplined defensively, and of course, trying their best to be as rigid as possible and as difficult as possible to break down. But none of that has manifested itself in the second half. And as much as you may want things to happen a certain way as a manager, as a coach, a lot of time it doesn't go that way.
Well, Terminix Horquetta Rangers, they've scored 14 goals in their last 3 matches. And they've conceded just about 5. 14 goals, conceded 5. Certainly a very offensive team. Well, not shy to go in search of more. They've got lots of time remaining. 25 minutes, in fact. Well, he hasn't had much work to do since coming on. Rangers will look to make another substitution very soon. That's the reason for the hold-up that you're seeing, as Johannes Richardson comes in. And not quite sure who he replaced Brent Sancho.
It looks like a defensive one.
These days, players can exit the field in any corner. Not sure who the player.
Javon Morris he would have replaced. He's gone slotted back into that defensive position. Obviously, Johannes, a utility player. Of course, plied his trade with that terrific Shiva Boys team. Scored an absolute belter in a semi-final game against Karpi Chiba. Of course, that game was live here in Sportsmax. I think both Colin and I left our chairs, James, when that ball left his feet.
Well, I almost left my chair there. A chance came to North. Moruga flag this time, spoils the anticipation.
And this is where they have to be compact teams. This is where they need to drop off, engage, of course, the Horquetta Rangers a bit lower. This is high, it's giving and leaving gaps in between the team for, of course, Rangers to exploit.
Here's Kadeem Corbin. Oh, he's done well, but he hasn't gone past his man, more importantly. Looking to pick out one of those red shirts lurking. He finds Asun, deflected. And, wow, the prayers of the goalkeeper has been answered. He sees it go wide of his far post. Might be a corner. Certainly has been a busybody, Junior Asun, this evening. Well, she's having fun, despite whatever team she might be supporting. Corbin headed away by Yatam Henry.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a terrific ball.
1v1 here. Oh. Johannes goes right through his man. And again, well, the referee didn't bat an eye. And the favors repaid on the opposite end. Well, it's a big boy game, I can tell you that much, Brent Sancho.
I tell you, the physios will be going into overtime after this one. So a lot of crunching tackles here this afternoon, even in the earlier fixture as well. As a man that's a big fan of it, I totally enjoyed tonight's proceeding.
Well, I tell you what, Corbin, he had the wisdom there of Solomon. to hurdle that one from Yatam Henry. He has a big smile on his face, the man from 6 Company Village. Likes to get on his backside, Yatam. Has he done enough to keep that in? No, says the referee. But he's appealing for handball. None given. Here's Asun. He's got space to exploit on the right side. Good looking service, and Ike Manju free header, and a crucial deflection from that man again. Yatam Henry, who seemed to have gotten the final touch, or in fact it might have been Henry, yes indeed. So it's a corner, but a crucial interception.
Yeah, crucial interception, and Moruga now is certainly finding the going getting tougher and tougher. Rangers certainly not taking their feet off the pedal.
Asun, his job is to find another red shirt. Creighton gets up there, but illegally so, says the referee. It's a goal kick to Moruga.
Had another terrific turnout here at the Horquetta facilities. This Ascension League has been a tremendous success, James. It's been entertaining football, good talent on display, and of course great entertainment as well. Rhythm section, cheerleaders, as we see a cross section of the crowd here. A lot of young faces, interested persons, a good combination of culture and sports, and a terrific advert for this tournament.
It's always a good sign to see young faces at football matches. But here's Allen. Has been starved of service, but he's certainly looked live wire. Well, this time his efforts have come to naught. It's always a wonderful atmosphere in La Horquetta. You'd have mentioned all of the festivities. They've got halftime entertainment, they've got aftermatch shows, and I think football fans in Trinidad and Tobago generally have been starved of action. And Atula Guerra starved of goals, but no more, because he makes it 10-2 against Moruga FC.
Well, again, it's way too easy for Rangers. Their shape has gone, and of course, I think whatever was left in that tank for Moruga is gone as well. Simplest of goals there for Atula Guerra, a man that's no stranger to the back of the net. I don't think you'll find anyone as easy as this side-footed shot past the sprawling Turner. As easy as it goes, not a man in sight. Certainly not a blue jersey in sight. And that makes it 10.
Of a man who has scored over 10 international goals. It's perhaps one of the easy ones for him, Atula Guerra. Scored 20 plus goals in his last campaign with Indy 11 in the USL. He's back home now with La Horquetta Rangers.
And despite the scoreline, James, I think there's a lot in here for the young men from Moruga to learn from. Of course, Terminix, La Horquetta Rangers, easily one of the competition's better teams, with a host of young talent and, of course, seasoned talent. And you would hope that they would come out of this fixture and look at it, and look at the various individuals that played in their position and in the red shirt, and maybe learn one or two things from it.
Oh, that's a piece of defending that he certainly would have learned on the training ground. It's a corner though. Haven't defended corners particularly well this evening, Moruga. We'd hope that on this occasion it's a different story. Here's Corbin. Away from the danger. Junior Asun at the back door. Hungry red shirts lurking. Finds Corbin. He's played more of a provider this evening. And Isaiah Hudson, that's goal number 5 for him. Well, he will be denied maybe by the referee's assistant. And in fact, he is denied.
I think Atula Guerra came from an offside position, James. Just lurking there at the back post and eventually straying offside. Trying to get themselves back on side. But again, it's a little bit of poor defending there by Moruga. A lot of this afternoon's proceeding for the men from Moruga and other teams like that in the Ascension League. It's a learning one. We really hope that they find the learning pieces from this. That's not a bad run. That's not a bad run.
And almost a third for Moruga, but he did all the hard work. But in the end, he was undermined by the finish. But not a bad effort from the man in blue.
It's a good turn of pace there. Left the both defenders for dead. He did everything right, but just couldn't put it into the back of the net.
Just felt like they deserved that consolation, Moruga. It's a game that they've toiled very hard. And when you do hard work like that, it's good to be rewarded. Not on that occasion. 15 minutes remaining. Regulation time. Rangers go in search of more.
That's a good turn.
Very good turn.
That's a good turn.
A chance opening up here. And
he's done well, I tell you what.
Well, it's worth a shout. The referee assistant, Lewis, saw nothing wrong with it, Kevin Lewis. I'm quite intrigued that Moruga continued to play a very high line. Chance opening up here. Oh, well, it would have been clever from Ike Andrews. It was clever, but unfortunately not on target. And the T&T International, well, he certainly thought he might have had the headlines if he had netted that one.
It's a bit of skill there as we see the famous flagman. I think he goes to almost every Trinidad and Tobago game. It's good to see him here in La Horquetta. But another chance there for Rangers. And you talked about the high line, James. For the life of me, I don't understand why Moruga doesn't, of course, drop off and be a bit more compact. It's not serving them well. They're leaving acres of space behind them. And Rangers have exploited it over and over again. Again, this is about learning experiences, and you would hope that they look into this and of course rectify some of it. We've seen some sparks from Moruga, particularly from the offensive side. So certainly something to build in. As you rightfully mentioned, it's a community team, and I'm sure it's going to be a community help moving forward, because there is one or two within there I think can do well, and the team as a whole you can see them obviously as this tournament goes on can get better, but it's important that they learn from the mistakes and the shortcomings from tonight.
Oh, there's a famous local comedian, Tommy Smurder, son of another more famous comedian, Tommy Joseph.
Big shoes to fill.
It certainly does. Well, Henry and company having words with Mascal. Certainly lots of talent in that picture. And it's a learning experience for both coach and players. And I'm sure that despite the scoreline that they, as you mentioned, would have learned quite a lot. I hope somebody's learning how to carry that flag. You can't carry it on forever though.
Well, when you talk about a patriot, it's that man with the flag. He goes to most national sporting events and even, of course, entertainment events as well.
He's the second version of the flagman, isn't he?
Second version of the flagman.
First
Correct.
one that was unfortunately killed in a road traffic accident, and he's since taken up the mantle, and well, I can't say he hasn't done a good job.
He certainly has.
Carried on the legacy. Signs of exhaustion, and just in case you're wondering what's happening, well, not quite sure myself, as the referee has the ball in his hand. Junior Asun looks in some discomfort though.
Well, there have been some fallen bodies on the Moruga side, and a change is being readied. But the game has been stopped because of injury.
So
on both teams, for that
striker.
matter. Looks like a striker, yeah.
Jerome Joseph, who's gonna be coming on. Surprised the striker coming in at this juncture.
Again, not sure what is left on the bench, but
maybe just want some fresh legs, maybe some young legs.
But you would hope now that somehow Moruga finds a way to keep some sort of shape and discipline to keep this score line.
Well, they've been very disciplined. They've been keeping the rhythm lively here in Horquetta. So it's going to be the end of the evening for Junior Asun as he gets the yellow ambulance off the field. And it'll also be the end of the evening for one of the goal scorers from Moruga, Tiba Charles. There's another young striker, Jerome Joseph, in a picture. Will replace him. So Daniel will replace Junior Asun, who just went out for Terminix Rangers. So two changes, one for either side. So finally, play has restarted. Just under 10 minutes remaining, and some stoppages. I reckon there might be quite a few minutes of stoppages, unless, of course, a referee decides one of those mercy...
the white flag.
Yeah, or one of those white flags.
Throw the towel in.
It's Russell. What I do admire looking at the Moruga team is the fact that they've never stopped running.
No, they haven't. They haven't, and they never stop believing as well, James, in a lot of their play. They still feel and fancy themselves to scoring a goal or two. And maybe it's that cavalry is why they're in this predicament, because they are throwing quite a lot of blue shirts forward, and they've left themselves quite open at the back.
Well, that one is snuffed out. That time Henry gets it away. One that open up for Russell Jr. And wow, he's found the target. And he's a defender, but he likes going forward and getting goals. And he has two to his credit this evening. 11-2.
But again, it's just been poor defending there by Moruga. Just allowing Russell to waltz right into the box and help himself. Held off his defender well and slotted into the back of the net. He's been extremely adventurous here tonight. He's found himself in a lot of times in this type of position, taking the ball with his left foot and pushing it across Turner, and giving him absolutely no chance in that one. And now Moruga really have to find some way of keeping the shape and the discipline, or at least instilling and putting some shape in this.
But I think it's no doubt as to the top performer in this match. Of course, Rangers, they've had a host of performers, but Isaiah Lee certainly trumps them all, getting 4 goals on the evening.
Can't disagree with you there, James.
Well, here's Guerra. Set this one up for Russell. And that's a good late challenge that just puts him off there. Seem destined to strike that one on target. But they're having fun, aren't they? Horquetta Rangers. Well, there's another Moruga boy. He's wearing a different color though. Maurice Dick. And from La Lune Village. That's well defended. And it's foul as well. Well, another observation about the men in blue as well is the fact that they haven't dropped their heads despite the result. It's always a good sign of a good attitude.
And it's more the reason why they have to, of course, dissect this one and really understand where things went wrong.
Well, slip and foul. And it gives Moruga a rare offensive outing in the Horquetta half of the field. So it's an opportunity to attack, and it's one that they're going to take with all hands on deck. Every Moruga player in the Horquetta half. The final service from Stephen Richardson certainly didn't match the occasion. Corbin just dancing past players now and giving away carelessly though. Do win it back. Oh, Tula Guerra, that's a good turn from him. And here goes Tula Guerra. Oh, he's gone past the goalkeeper, or has he? Wow, Turner. Certainly a man for a big occasion. He's less than 11, but he's certainly turned up when the occasion has arisen. Oh, Russ Russell Jr. And here's Turner again. This time Russ Russell Jr. gets ahead of him. Cleared away. Only as far as Dick. Deflected. He'll have another go. Or will he? Looking for options. Ikem. Couldn't pick out Guerra. Well, they'll get style points for that build-up, but no goals in the end as it comes to North. Certainly had the home fans high on expectation. That's a good touch from Cretan. Here's Ikem Andrews. A burst of speed from him. And a good tackle to dispossess him. Gives away a corner. Tyrese Reefer. I feel pleased about that tackle. While the clock ticking down. Is there more joy for Rangers? Corbin just manages to escape that tackle. Just trying to shift the blue shirts out of position, looking for spaces. Tula Guerra. That chance taken away from him. Johannes Richardson hasn't been involved much since coming on. To be fair, they haven't had much defending to do. Here's Reefer. Well, that's too long for anybody in a blue shirt. Yatam Henry. has a second chance. It's another head on it, only as far as Daniel. Oh, that's clever from Daniel. Opening up for Ike Manjus. He just floated past his man nicely there. And good defending in the end from Henry. Oh, that's a good challenge there. Moruga with a chance to counter-attack. He's looking around for options.
He's offside.
And, well...
should have done it earlier. It was on. It was a high line.
Perhaps hesitating just a bit too long. Well, less than 2 minutes remaining in this match. 11-2 in favor of the home team, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. They're ready to party. Fans have seen 13 goals going in this match. 11 to their team, 2 to Moruga. And that is a foul. Here's Kadeem Corbin. Oh, he's found Russ Russell Jr. with lots of space to exploit. And almost an own goal there. I think he's going to be happy that that did not settle in the back of the net, as that one just flew over the top from Kyle Spencer, the substitute. Almost seemed to tuck it into his own net. Won't want to be that guy.
And I'm not sure he knew what happened there. He certainly, as the ball was whizzed across there by Russell Jr., a touch by Turner into the substitute, and I tell you, James, that could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, he didn't know very much about that. So 90 minutes have expired. We're at the mercy of a referee. Is there to be some late drama for the boys in blue? And, well, the referee says no, he's seen enough. And the match has ended here at the La Horquetta Recreation Ground. A learning experience for the young Moruga FC. For Terminix La Horquetta Rangers, they've certainly put down a big print and stamped their name as contenders for the title. One coach happy, the other coach, well, she would have learned a lot, as the score ends 11-2 in favor of Terminix Rangers. So it's been a tough day, but a day that he certainly would have made a name for himself. Turner, 11 flew past him, but one just jogs your mind back to how much he kept out. Certainly one of the star performers for Moruga. Indeed, the main star for them. And just a few we would hear from some of the players, but first we get set to look back at some of the highlights. So chances opening up early as the defender overplaying just a bit and giving Isaiah Hudson the first of his 4 goals on the evening, as Rangers took an early 1-0 lead. Later on, Kadeem Corbin set it on a plate for his captain, Jamal Creighton, and he made it 2-0. Moruga not out of the contest, and they got a goal of their own. And they scored early. Atiba Charles taking advantage of his opportunity. But then Junior Asun would get the 3rd goal for La Horquetta Rangers. Then the gift from Jabari Bryce. And this one would be gobbled up from Carter as he made the match competitive. 3-2, heading up to halftime. But that's where the tape unwound. Corbin at the heart of everything positive. He set this one for Hudson, and he would get his reward on the 2nd attempt as they stood to 4-2 at halftime. Then Junior Asun made it 5. his second of the evening, Junior Asun. Later on, more chances, and Hudson completing his hat trick. Atula Guerra, second half substitute, came on. Hudson getting on the end. In fact, Ike Andrews would have collected his first goal of the match there, of the rebound from that effort. And then Hudson with the hat trick, as he turned up the style. Nothing Turner could do there. Russ Russell Jr. involved much in this match, creating the initial opportunity. And Ike Manju is a substitute, getting his second. Just a fumble bumble in there, pinball in the end. Ike Manju is getting the final touch. And more Russ Russell Jr. and Creighton linking up. And this time using the deflection of the defender, Yatam Henry. Was able to get his first of the match. And boy, certainly celebrated that one. And then there was more. Russ Russell Jr. after that, you'd get a second. Nice turn from Russ Russell Jr. getting a second. And by that time, it was pretty much done and dusted for Moruga FC, as the match would peter out to a 11-2 win for Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. But I'm standing by as Brent Sancho is standing by with our man of the match, Isaiah Hudson.
Thank you very much, James. I'm joined here by the man of the match. Of course, that is Isaiah Lee. Tell us, Isaiah, a team performance here tonight. Talk us through your team's performance.
Well, we had intention to start the game off at a pace, and you can see that we did that. Also, we know Moruga wasn't coming to lay back, so we had to come with our best performance and play to the best of our ability.
Well, of course, you enjoyed yourself here tonight, scoring 3 wonderful goals. As we take a look at those goals, talk us through the 3 goals as they come up on the screen.
Well, at the first goal, I was hungry to score, and I wanted to get on the score sheet bad because I haven't scored in the first 2 games. So yeah, the first goal was a relief for me.
Good touch in the second one, and of course the third one, an outside screamer.
Yeah, the third one was one of my favorite goals for the night, and I hope to score more in the upcoming games.
Well, it's certainly a good performance, and for your man of the match performance, there you go, young man Isaiah. Well done, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm now joined by, of course, Moruga's FC head coach in Daniel Maskell. Daniel, of course, a mixture of youth and experience, still a team that's growing as it goes along, a community-based team. Talk to us a little bit about tonight's performance, of course, coming up against a very formidable opponent in La Horquetta, Terminix Rangers. Tell us a little bit about tonight's game. Of course, a disappointing result. Of course, a result where your team can grow. Where do you see your team going forward in the next game?
Well, first to begin with, let me say congrats to Rangers. They performed well. They were dominant all game, and we came out with a game plan, and unfortunately, we could have only stuck to it for a few minutes. And when you play a team that is that dominant, you know, you make mistakes and you pay for your mistakes. But all in all, we have some good things that came out of the game, and we'll keep pushing and going forward.
Well, of course, Daniel, it's a long tournament ahead for you. Of course, more games to come. What do you see moving forward? Some of the changes, maybe some of the things that you would want to include going into the other fixtures that are coming up. Going back to the drawing board, what's next for Moruga FC?
Well, we'll definitely be going back to the drawing board. But we have a relatively new team. We've only been together for 2 weeks. And coming up against Rangers, who has been in practice for as long as we know. So we definitely be back to the drawing board with some nice additions to the team to come. So hopefully a little more mature group to come into the team where they could more lead and guide the youngsters.
Well,
so we're looking forward to the rest of the tournament.
Well, thank you very much, Daniel. Congratulations on the job you've done so far at Moruga FC, and of course, good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm now joined here by the coach of Terminix La Horquetta. Of course, your team's performance tonight, 10 goals, big score night. What's up, 11 goals? I tried to take one away from you. But your thoughts on tonight's performance?
I think the game was, let me start by saying congratulations to the Moruga team. I think they did well. They never gave up. Goals, a lot of goals scored, and they were fighting. They never stopped fight to the end. And I just like to say, that's how it goes sometimes.
In terms of your team's performance, what do you think was one of the catalysts in your team's performance for, of course, being so rampant on the scoring sheet? What do you think was the reason for that in terms of the team approach, tactically, otherwise? What's your thoughts?
I think intensity was the key tonight. It was intense. We never dropped the intensity. We started from beginning to the end. And I think they struggled to cope with the speed of the team. And we never dropped the intensity. It was always there.
Well, of course, La Horquetta, Terminix, Rangers, one of the favorites for the Ascension. Was this a shot sent to the rest of the competition?
Not really. I think this is early in the competition still. This is our third game. We have a long, it's a marathon. So we have a long way to go still. Army dropped points tonight, but they're still a top team. There's Canopia, there's Police, there's the point team. They're not playing bad. And the competition will be stiff.
Well, certainly so. And of course, Dave Coleman and the rest of Terminix La Horquetta Rangers certainly would believe with this sort of result that they have every opportunity to go on and win the Ascension title. Thank you very much, Dave.
Okay,
and congratulations on an excellent performance to you and your charges. I pass you on to the capable hands of James Saunders.
Well, it's time for the party to commence here at La Horquetta Recreation Ground. 15 goals we've witnessed this evening, 13 coming in the final match between Terminix Rangers and Moruga FC. And of course, before that, Deportivo Point Fortin drawing 1-1 with the Defence Force. It certainly has been a pleasure bringing all of the action to you on Sportsmax and in Trinidad and Tobago on CCN TV6. On behalf of the entire commentary crew here at Sportsmax, Brent Sancho and yours truly, James Saunders, we say have a wonderful evening. Until next Friday, catch you later.